Welcome to the PokerStars Arena and this week's Sunday Million, which is a half-price edition. That means $54.50 to play. Everything else stays the same. $1 million guaranteed prize pool, progressive KO format, 23,692 total entries this week. 109 players have made it through day one, returning for day two and playing down to a winner tonight who'll get nearly 52k plus bounties. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello my babies.
Joe, we've been away and now we're back. Hello and thank you to both Nick Walsh and Ali Shaban who covered last week's Sunday Million. We got to have a little bit of a break, but hey, it may be the Easter weekend, but we are working. We've got poker to talk about, and Joe, cards are already in the air, so let's get to our first feature table.
I have a poker resurrection.
So, our first feature table features the start of day chip leader, a player called Brawny22 from Austria. And interestingly, this player also features one of the other big stacks as well.
And four of the only people in Brazil who play poker.
Yes. In fact, it is Mahalal who is the other chip leader, second in chips with 5.6 million. Brawny with a sizable chip advantage coming into day two, 9 million.
I feel like Mahalal needs another ha in there. It should be Mahahalel. That's better. You think they change it?
Maha.
Yeah, exactly.
So action starts with the blinds at 30,000, 60,000.
Oh, right, poker.
Yeah. And we are joined. We don't have to do this alone, Joe. Don't worry. We have got the unicorn himself with us this evening. Griffin Benja, one of Canada's finest, here to analyze the action. How are you doing, Griffin?
I'm doing great. Enjoying the Easter weekend and excited about shoutcasting some poker.
Shoutcasting some poker. 2 eliminations already. We started the day with 109, already at 107. So yes, a bigger field, of course, with a half-price edition. Still got to hit that 1 million. I mentioned the number of total entries, nearly 24,000. So a prize pool of close to 1.2 million this week. 15,632 unique players, 8,060 re-entries. Something that we note, occasionally we'll cover a Sunday Million, like the anniversary, right, where it's an old school $215 buy-in, and you immediately see a difference in the standard of play. Do you expect to see that this evening, Griffin, with the buy-in halved? Is there a big difference between a $55 player and a 109 player?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's that 3-digit amount is kind of a threshold. Of course, there are satellites to get to those 109s, but it's a lot easier to get to that $54 price point. So I think there's going to be a fair amount of players that don't find themselves into the Sunday Million very regularly, and it might affect the play here, and you might see some, I think the last time I was on air, we were seeing some pretty big folds as we were getting to some money jumps, and I would expect to see a similar thing happen as we get closer and closer to the big bucks here in this half-price Sunday Million.
Absolutely. Current payout, by the way, with 104 players remaining is $344. We're actually on a money jump because 103rd pays $431.90. Of course, as ever, in the progressive knockout format, the payouts only tell half the story. Half the prize money is in bounties. And Brawny22, as well as being the chip leader, is also what we like to call the bounty daddy, worth $1,101 if you eliminate Brawny. And that means Brawny's already collected more than 2K in head prizes. I want to say hello to Wes Dockery, watching on YouTube. First time here. Is today not Monday? Wes, you are correct. It is Monday. The Sunday Million is a 2-day MTT with a field of more than 23,500 players. It takes 2 days to play down to a winner. So they would have played 34 levels last night, would have played around 8 and a bit hours, and then the remainder, the 109 who survived, come back to play for day 2 and play down to a winner. And that's what we cover on a Monday night. Cards Up coverage of the late stages.
Yeah, it's really too bad because Monday Million is a great alliteration too, but it's just not what this is. It's day 2 of the Sunday Million happening on a Monday.
It's not as good as the Sunday Melon. Missed that guy.
No, yeah. We were just speaking a second ago, James, about maybe seeing some tighter plays at spots that I think we would normally say would be a good profitable shove, and I think we just saw one from Super Silver there at the hijack. Sub 10 big blind stack, the King 10 suited, only 4 players to get through. Actually would have created a situation where, and that's the great thing about shoving in spots like that, is sometimes you fold out better hands. And, a lot of better, hands like King Jack, some offsuit King Queens will probably get folds there, as well as raggy aces. And there was a King Jack on the button that would have, I think, surely folded, and Ace 4 in the small blind. So I think a missed spot there for Super Silver. Maybe something to keep an eye on. If that's someone that's trying to move up, it is still pretty close, so can't really fault them necessarily, but something to be aware of for sure.
So Moraes pairing their ace on the turn and now barreling for 390,000. D-Mugs had the best hand on the flop, folds the turn. Next,
not bad.
Yeah, always the dream with ace rag there. When you miss, c-bet, and then pop off the apple on the turn.
So we are still on that money jump. And obviously the payouts right now are not insignificant money, but we're still a long way from the 4-figure scores. In fact, you need to make it to 31st place to lock up $1,000.
It just shows such a lack of creativity that still in 2022 we're putting the most amount of money. It's going to first place. It's just, you got to innovate. Mystery bounty's huge right now. Mystery payouts in general. You just have no idea what you're going to make till the tournament's over.
You have proposed that before, along with the infamous bubble list tournament.
They got to give me just one of these UK PTs, one of the ones that nobody goes to, right? Like Croydon or something, and just give me one event. We're just going to do a mystery payout tournament. Everyone in the money. You just don't know what you're going to get till the tournament's over. So, sure, you can win it for the prestige, but that top prize might be 11th place. We don't know.
No.
Yeah, not the way you want to play these snowmen here with the Gibbons.
The Gibbons, in effect.
It's a trap.
Gun limp from PKO 57. Super Silver all in with Ace Queen. That's the question. Is Joe right, Griffin? Is PKO laying the trap? Are they going to call it off here? Yes.
Well, there it is. Just go for it. Hope it's a flip.
The double
and
Gibbons.
It is.
Ace on the turn. That is a KO, the elimination of PKO 57. Bounty claimed by Super Silver. And we are down to 102 now.
Ironically, Pico wanting to kind of play it safe, not just go all in, but then, limping and calling it all in from the strongest seat on the table. I think if Pico had just shoved those pocket eights, Super Silver might have considered even folding Ace Queen in the next seat. So playing it safe actually backfired there.
We've got a viewer dump on our hands. Thank you to Wyston JL, who is raiding with a party of 157.
Rating? Speaking of rating, how about the Northman coming out this weekend, Joe? You gonna go check it out?
I didn't realize it was opening this weekend. Isn't it the exact same plot of Assassin's Creed Valhalla?
I mean, I don't know. Is it? I didn't play Valhalla.
Is that
a joke or is that the narrative?
The chip leader.
We'll see what happens in this. No, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, you're a little boy. Your father's like this nice, benevolent king. Raiders come and kill him and your mother. And then you grow up to be a Norseman, the Northman. And then you come back and slaughter everybody. It seems... I mean, it's not like any story, you know... There's only 7 stories, right, out there to begin with.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
we're getting to that time now where everything feels a little bit familiar. Everything feels that it owes something to a previous movie or play or novel. 99. We're fewer than 100 players now.
There we go. I'm a little worried, though, about how violent that movie's going to be. It looks really cool, but, like, I'm at the age now where I, like, look away from a lot of what happens in these, like, very gritty movies.
Okay.
As we've already moved on to the subject of motion pictures, and I'm sure that they will dominate the conversation for a lot of tonight's stream, the film that you've been bigging up, Joe.
Yeah.
Everything Everywhere. I cannot find any information anywhere about a UK release for this film. In fact, if you go onto IMDb and look at the release dates for this movie, the UK isn't even listed. So if anyone happens to know what the plan is for the distribution of this movie, maybe it hasn't picked up distribution yet in the United Kingdom, but I don't know how I'm supposed to see it at this point in time.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a botched release all the way around. I mean, it was supposed to come out March 26th here, and then I saw it was pushed back a week, but then there were no listings, and then finally it came out like April 8th or something. I don't know. It's just...
My guess is what happened is that international distribution was like kind of maybe left up in the air, and then people saw what a big hit it is, and now they're like probably that's messing things up a little bit. Would be my guess.
So Ace, Jack against King, Queen, and it's top pair versus the gut shot.
Yeah, and a C-bet here from Mahalil might end up backfiring in the form of F Morris P check raise. It's going to be hard to continue with just Ace Jack, no heart on the board. And I think the plan here, flatting the small blind, would be to play this aggressively and be willing to stack for these 20 big blinds. That is a pretty good price, though. It's only a 2.5x raise, Joe. So definitely an opportunity, I think, for Maha to call here. I think you're going to be good with an ace most of the time, and then, of course, drawing to the nuts with that king.
Question from Chad Wellington, Griffin. King, Jack, spades, fold? I guess the question is, should Super Silver be playing King, Jack in that spot against a raise?
I think that this is actually... I think the fold is probably coming from a place of, tightness, but I think it's actually correct in the sub 20 big blind, against an under the gun open. I think if you're a good enough player and you're comfortable, and maybe you have an indication that Maha's opening quite wide, it's okay. Wow, very aggressive here.
We've got to flip on our hands here.
Yeah.
Armando,
this is
81.
about the bounty. It's 11 big blinds. Yeah. It's a bit loose, but looks like Super Silver has a little gamble in the map draw.
It's just weird because it was like tight, and then all in with sixes with 4 players to act behind still.
Yeah.
It's a pair. Hey, look, how many times have you been burnt by King Jack? And I'm talking to everyone watching the stream right now, and the answer from every single person watching is a lot, which is why you fold the King Jack there. Whereas sixes, that's a pair. That's a 2-star hand. So dainty. Ace-9 of strawberries. Average stack right now is 2.5 million with 95 players remaining, and we have got kings for F. Moraes P. The limp with Ace-10 from Super Silver, who we've seen KO a couple of players.
Hey Joe, what's that avatar for Super Silver?
Raise, with
A Mexican wrestler laying on its side.
No, it's the Cobra. It's the Cobra Kai logo.
Oh.
Do you watch Cobra Kai?
Top pair, top kick up the Super Silver.
Yeah, big spot here for F. Moraes. Just running right into the top of Super Silver's limp call range for this flop. It really doesn't get much better than this. You have to wonder how Silver is going to play this, especially facing that very large sizing. I think this might be it for...
Ooh, baby.
Wow. Rips with top pair. It is no good, and Super Silver is now KO'd. Eliminated by F. Moraes P, who claims nearly a $300 bounty and now moves up over $4 million. Question from second. Where is Brawny from? So Brawny 22, current chip leader with more than 9 million, is playing from Austria. Only player with over 2K in bounties so far. $550,000 in total online winnings. A mid-stakes player whose best result came last year in a $55 bounty builder event. Also a progressive knockout format. Second place finish for nearly 13K. And we've got a pair against a pair here. 5's open, 10's 3-bet.
I think you really got to find a fold here if you're F. Morales.
Oh, interesting. I was just about to ask that. In a bounty with a $300 bounty, we don't get to take 3 off?
Yeah, Dainty's just not particularly, deep. Sort of 27 big blinds behind.
So you want to have them covered, but close to your stack, so you can get the max chips and the bounty. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I just think with this particular hand and this particular stack depth, maybe it's just right on the line, but you're just going to find yourself check folding so often, and I don't, and there's no indication that you're necessarily really up against the bluff range, so it's just kind of like, I don't know, you're up against better hands. You're just going to be maybe let's say the board comes 9-4 deuce. You're just paying off the tens there. The times that Dainty does have ace queen, maybe barrels twice on a high card, and you're just kind of playing defensively. If you're going to do a pure set mine, or if you're getting a good price because it's cheaper pre-flop, but it was over, it was well over 3x. It's not an envious position.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, speaking of bad positions.
Yeah, this is a domination situation. Ace-king against king-queen, king-high flop, and Brawny could lose a significant percentage of those 9 million chips here. The race continuing for 280K with the best hand, near enough 90% equity.
That's a lot of equity.
And Brawny calls, and 10 of spades on the turn does put a potential flush out there. Neither player has a spade, so it doesn't change anything. Moraes now a 93% favorite.
Well, what it does change, though, James, is maybe F. Moraes' aggressiveness on 2 more streets. I'm sure we're going to see one more big bet, as we do see here with this 630. F. Moraes certainly attacking hands like King Queen, King Jack that are probably going to call again. But it's not necessarily a card that I think will make F. Moraes comfortably shovel in for $2.5 million into the pot size bet. Might see another bet, smallish bet. Ooh, gosh.
Oh, 7% is 7%. It's a domination rotation situation because Brawny 22 now has 2 pair.
It's so annoying when it goes check here too. And you realize how far ahead you were.
Yeah, 4 spades on board. Tough for Moraes to bet again. And Brawny checks it back and becomes the first player to move over the 10 million mark, consolidating their chip lead with 94 players remaining. Joe, would you like to take a compliment from a member of the audience?
Depends who it's from. Is it someone that we haven't heard from before? Is it a new compliment?
Billowell Shah. Familiar with the name?
Okay, I'll take it.
I am your big fan, Joe Stapleton. I watch these tournaments because of you.
Ah. And what's his name? Will?
Billowell Shah.
Billowell Shah, I'm here because of you. See how that works? I guess he can't
Yes.
reply right away.
Are
Roger
there
Basket
any
also-
compliments about me?
Not yet, Griffin, but by fishing, I'm sure we'll get a few fake ones. Roger Basca pointing out that Brazil is very well represented this evening, and yes, if you scroll through the lobby, you are going to see a lot of Brazilian flags, including 1, 2, 3, 4 in the top 8. 50% of the top 8 from Brazil.
I don't know, my dudes. Isn't Brazil a Catholic country? What were y'all doing yesterday, huh? Doesn't sound like you were in church. Doesn't sound like you were hanging out by that giant statue of Jesus.
We have the reigning Sunday Million champion watching the stream on Twitch, Cohen8, who took down last week's Sunday Million PKO. Welcome.
I have almost no recollection of that.
9-6 of hearts under the gun raise.
Yeah, very aggressive open, but also, effectively playing just seven-handed here with Lederito sitting out. You are second in chips on the table. There's a lot of stacks that kind of have to, play for stacks if they're going to enter the pot, like DMGS 81 with the 1.5 million. Thanks for money with the 1.1. So it's going to get through everyone except the small blind, and that is a good board for...
Nope, not just the small blind. Don't forget 8-3 of hearts.
So dainty.
I think Maha needs to really find a check here. This particular board texture is all over Moraes' range, and it's only getting better.
Yeah,
Mr.
and
Moraes.
the other two players now drawing dead. 2 pair on the turn for Moraes. You wanted a compliment, Griffin. Drake Gleason says, Griffin is my second favorite Canadian. Will you take it?
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I guess. I want to know who the number one is.
Ryan Reynolds, Justin Bieber. The guy that used to dress up as a giant baseball at the Expos games. I mean, there's a lot of competition there. Griffin, that ace-jack in the small blind, can you just fold that? Raise?
You can, but the reality is, you kind of have to break down the range of your opponent based off the situation. We just spoke about how even though this table is 8-handed, one player was sitting out. Clearly, Moraes probably has an indication that Mahalal has been playing, maybe a bit looser than everyone else. You saw 9-6 suited just there. So if you're ahead of what you perceive the range to be, and you don't think the big blind is someone that would squeeze light, you can really call not super wide. We saw the 2 small blind calls there for Moraes were King, Queen, and Ace, Jack, and both of them made Moraes money. There are certainly situations you can be folding a hand like Ace, Jack if someone on 18 big blinds is raising under the gun and you've only been seeing them play 10% of hands. Ace Jack will shrink up real fast. If you don't think the under the gun player will open Ace 10 or, King Jack from that seat, you're just trapping yourself by continuing. But there are certain situations you just got to kind of survey and figure out the right call.
Thanks for that, Griff. Be prepared, everybody. I spent a whole week playing poker last week, so I have a lot more questions than I normally would.
I went there to find answers, and I left with just more questions.
That's right. Left with more questions.
I think that's true of everyone who plays, right?
Well, it's actually good that I feel like I'm learning things, right? There's no lesson in getting unlucky.
Yeah.
And so I did, well, I'll talk about it in greater depth on the podcast, but I did make some mistakes in some hands, which I'm going to share with the audience. And, I'm overjoyed that I made some mistakes, and I have some things to learn, that there are actually some lessons I can take from like, yeah, no, it was standard spot. It's just what happens. Like, no big deal. So I'm excited to share some of those mistakes. Some -1s, if you will.
Oh yes, those are the interesting ones.
I think also, Joe, there's no shame in, taking a hand like Ace Jack or King Queen in the small blind, and you're just 3-betting it. Do we really think Mahalal is going to go nuts when they are raising kind of light, which clearly they are a lot of the time? If you want to just play it as a 3-bet, get the fold pre-flop, you're not going to get it in for the 35 bigs.
You're
sort of
3-bet
turn it into
folding.
your blockers, yeah.
Okay, I get that. That's one thing that crossed my mind, that you can 3-bet fold it. Maybe you don't want to, right, with your stack size. So I get why you might just call there. What if you 3-bet and get called and then you just miss? Like, what happens then? It comes queen high.
Well, queen high, it depends what kind of queen high. If it's queen 9-7 or something, it's going to be tough to, start betting ace jack when you only have an SPR of 2-1 or something,
Yeah.
Because your opponent a lot of the time is going to have something like queen jack suited, king queen suited, jack 10 suited.
I thought this was going to be ace king versus ace king, and now ace queen's got involved.
It still might be.
Well, one of the ace
not
kings
unheard
is
of,
all in.
yeah. Not unheard of for F. Moraes to find a reluctant fold here. We can see the card, so it's easy to say, oh, come on, you have ace king, how can you fold here? But, you've been 3-bet here, and a pretty quick shove. I think he'll probably still go with it, but it's not an automatic snap, let's get it in. I'm sure covering Letterito is also a consideration for Moraes here, wanting to go for this massive pot.
And this is going to be a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. Well, I think we should expect good scores for that one. I want to see big numbers.
All right, I'm seeing 7.5. Anything below that, and you're getting
the hammer.
Yep,
By the way, StatTrick has just confirmed some breaking news, much more important than the chop pot score, which is that Steve O'Dwyer has just won the Irish Open, following in the footsteps of other Irish Open champions like Griffin Benja. How long ago was it, Griffin, that you took down the Irish Open?
I won the Irish Open in, I think, 2018, maybe 17. It would have been sort of like the year after the main event.
Right, so the 2022 champion is demonstrating the luck of the Irish, Mr. Stephen O'Dwyer, who I'm told eliminated 7 of the 8 players KO'd from the final table. And there are some Stevens to celebrate
now,
Mr. O'Dwyer's latest win.
Was this Irish Open live or online this time?
This was live. This was actually played with chips
awesome.
and cards in a casino.
Oh, that's great, and he has like quite a deep connection to Ireland, right? Like I don't know if he was.
He is
born
Irish.
There, but he's Irish. He's Irish. Okay, so it must have been a dream come true.
Oh boy!
Oh!
A set of kings destroyed by the straight, and that's a double up.
So he was born in Ireland, but he grew up in the U.S. presumably.
No, I believe like me, Steve has Irish heritage, and if you have a parent or even a grandparent who is Irish, you can gain Irish citizenship.
Right. Dota Robber. Good spot here with 16 big blinds to pick up some chips, but they don't know that. You're up against that under the gun range. It's so tough to play against.
That's exactly where some of my mistakes came last week in London. We figured out is that there were some hands where I really should have been ripping it in, and I was just too afraid.
I think this is a great spot for a double up for Moraes, who has got aces. Brawny opening here with ace-king.
Well, I mean,
I
Brawny's
think
going to figure out a way to win this, as we've seen.
Yeah, I think that's one of the bigger mistakes that you can make, is taking the least aggressive action, but feeling like you don't want to just fold and be kind of. It's just you got to create big pots sometimes, as Brawny unfortunately did here.
And it's over on the turn. That is going to be a double up for Morace. Now, does that
Nines and
change the
deuces with the
standing?
ace.
It does. Brawny no longer chip leader. Brawny now third on the leaderboard. It is Nossi's sidekick, Canoopel, who is now chip leader with 8.5 million.
I love a good hard KN to start a name. Canoopel. None of this silent K nonsense.
I'll say a quick hello to one of our recent Poker in the Ears superfans. Big Deal O'Nelly says, damn, forgot it was Monday. I'll be watching but can't chat. Have a great stream, everyone. And we will.
Oh, that's nice.
So 84 players remaining. Should point out it's now actually quite tight at the top. Canoopel with 8.5 million. Fred Volpe with 8 million. Brawny with 7 million. Those are the three biggest stacks right now. And we have got the nut flush draw here for So Dainty. Amori with the Grafton, 10-9 suited.
But not the board you want with that 10-9
No.
of diamonds. You still have the range advantage here against Dainty. Dainty going to have a lot of hands like, Queen Jack of Hearts and stuff. So you want to come out with that first bet and hope to fold those out with the bottom of your range. And also you can turn some interesting cards like a 7, or a Jack, where you're not against a hand like Queen Jack in particular. But deciding to play it as a raise is Dainty, and that's going to be enough.
That's a fair question from I'm Mortar or Immortar. Out of all the tables, how do you decide which table to watch?
To watch!
Driven by... Sorry?
Sorry, there was an exclamation point there. I just want to make... Out of all the tables, how do you decide which table to watch?
I was going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that was a typo where it was meant to be a question mark. But thank you for Ron Burgundying it, Joe. Yes, it's driven by a number of factors. And obviously, if there are some players that we know really well, maybe we'll go with that one. Today, driven purely by who had the chip lead. Coming into day two, Brawny 22 had a huge advantage and also had won so many more bounties than anyone else. We thought he would be the player to watch. Now, clearly, things change very quickly, but...
This probably doesn't mean
move
anything
around.
to you guys since brands are different everywhere, but does anyone who's American think it's hilarious that somebody named Brawny is crushing in a bounty tournament? Anyone? Anyone? There's two different kinds of paper towels in America. One of them is called Brawny, the other is called Bounty.
Oh, I know Bounty. I'm familiar with Bounty. I don't know Brawny. I keep thinking of Brawn, the electronics manufacturer. I'm thinking like alarm clocks and shavers.
Or Braun from Game of Thrones.
Isn't it
Isn't
Bran?
that Brawn?
Braun. Yeah, Braun.
Which one? Are you talking about the kid, Bran, or the
Yeah.
or the Robson and Jerome guy?
Yeah, him. Braun.
I haven't had
There was
Raisin
also-
Bran in a while.
There was also a
That
Bond
scoop.
villain henchman. A Bond villain henchman called Brawn. Do you know in which film that character was?
Yes, that was Tomorrow Never Dies.
Incorrect, but thank you for your comment.
I just answer as quickly as I can, and one day I'll get one right. Yeah, Tomorrow Never Dies.
I mean, look,
Easy.
You had a 1 in 25 chance of being right. King 3 still good on the river, and this is where Brawny gets some chips back, I guess.
Oh
Over
yeah!
7 million.
That's Kool-Aid. Which you will need Brawny to clean up sometimes.
No, Uncle Jonesy, it is not on Her Majesty's Secret Service. We've eliminated 2 of the 25 movies in the official Blonde canon.
License to Ill.
License to
What
Kill.
are they going to do next, James? When's that happening? Are we getting
Hold
a
on,
new Bond?
hold on. Griffin, don't segue out of Joe's trivia question / answer. Did you say License to Kill?
Yes, I did.
You are correct with your second guess.
I mean, I said
movie that
License
has
to
a
Ill,
lot-
but I meant License to Kill.
A lot of henchmen in that movie, and he's one of the minor ones. But yes, you did get it correct, so you get a point. Well done.
Ooh,
I've
Hercules,
no idea-
Hercules.
No idea is the answer to your question, but we do have the ace-high flush draw against a pair of queens. It's almost a flip.
Apparently, I had a 2 in 25 chance, James.
Playing pretty deep here. Mahalalal doesn't need to raise here, but also might just want to play for stacks and also fold out some better ace highs. But is going to play it as a call. I think this is fine. Don't want to just blast it in here and be, behind against a big overpair. Maybe you don't really think Letty necessarily someone that is playing too loosely from this spot. And you could also get better ace highs to fold later, potentially. Is Mahalal gonna be tempted? Oh, bad river for them. Probably think it's the gin card. Wouldn't expect an overpair necessarily to check this turn, so
Ooh.
might think this river is too good to fold.
It's such a bluffy line here, too, huh?
Yeah, it might feel bluffy. You've just kind of rivered the top of your non-nut range here. You're kind of looking for that 9, but wisely folds. Doesn't think that Letty would take that line as a bluff. Read it correctly, did not call off half a stack, and Mahal, was up to 5-6 million before, got a little unlucky there, and finding a way to not blow it up here. Under 100 people left.
Walk for kings. Blech!
Zuma's daddy says, I have Sundays and Mondays off. Have to say, watching the Sunday Million is the best part of my weekend.
I would hope watching Zoomer would be the best part of your weekend, but all right. Oh!
King,
We all
queen
in.
against ace 10.
Whoa.
Flush possibilities.
Whoa!
That is a
How'd the
KO.
software even figure that out?
And that's going to take us down to 76 players. And what are we paying now? Still $431.90. Next money jump will be when we are down to 71. Oh, and there is the chip leader. Canoopal has just been balanced to this table.
Let's go.
Oh,
That's going to
goodness.
keep the German fans happy.
James, do you have your Twitter open?
No, I don't. Why?
Let's see what happens here. Hold on. This is not the usual thanks for your money. This is thanks faux money. Spade?
Spades. Four's hold. Well, four's
Don't
hold.
even need it.
That's going to be a double up. I'm across YouTube live chat.
Yeah.
I'm across Twitch live chat. I can't add another thing. If you want to
this person
comment on the stream, I do feel that the live chat platforms are the best way to do it.
Of course. I just have to read you this one from Steven. Oh, Steven, you were so close. Let's see what happens here with Mahalil.
Wow, not an
intentions.
easy spot here for pocket jacks. We might see one of those famous pocket jack folds. This doesn't look good. Think about the range that Amari's going to have here is going to be pretty strong. Happens to have one of those bluff 3-bet hands we were talking about, Joe. This is a great spot to do it, especially if you can fold out a hand like pocket jacks.
Wow. This is impressive. All right, looks like we're probably going to get a fold here. All right, James, this guy came so close from Stephen Cleaver. Actually, there are 2 bronze in James Bond, License to Kill, and also On Her Majesty's Secret Service. So, sorry, James, but you were wrong saying Joe was wrong with On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Did you guess on Her Majesty's Secret Service?
I did not guess On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
To be fair, Uncle Jonesy did. At what point is that character ever referenced or credited?
Ooh.
Oh. Well, it sounds like On Her Majesty's Secret Service is something that you should go to watch!
Okay, let's go and have a look, shall we? Let's look at the official credits of the movie. It's
I'll
one of my
just handle
favorite
this
Bond
hand here.
films.
Top pair versus third pair. Both players with a flush draw. One of the wheel draw. Clubs would be, unless it's the deuce of clubs. Not the deuce of clubs. Pair of aces, still the best hand.
Can we get some street flash?
A little late for that, but yes, it would have been appropriate, Griffin. You're right.
James is looking. James on the wiki page for, also known as his home page for James Bond.
Action.
So
Folds around.
I'm looking at the official credits of the movie, and there is nobody called Braun. So I'm just interested in how this character came about and where this is from.
Our Braun, Brawny 22, on the button. Queen Jack suited, flatted by King Jack suited in the small. Thanks, faux money, with a pretty poor holding, gets rid of it. 10-10-5. Stephen Cleaver says,
Joe.
My bad. Donkey?
Okay.
2 diamonds here.
I've got the brawn.
Ooh,
You've got the
just absolutely snap called by Literito, who does not pick up
Snuffed
any
it.
additional cards. Outs hope on the turn.
I'm going to need to get a ruling from you after this, Joe, and I expect you to be professional and objective.
judicial.
James can expect a far fairer ruling from me than I could ever expect from him. That's the best part about
Absolutely.
this.
Absolutely. Griffin, you can offer an opinion as well. So, according to jamesbond.fandom.com, Braun is a guard of Ernst Stavro Blofeld's Clinical Research Institute atop Piz Gloria, played by the actor/stuntman George Lane Cooper. George Lane Cooper is uncredited in the movie, and on IMDb he is listed as Piz Gloria henchman in brackets uncredited. I don't know where this name Braun has come from, but it does not appear to be in the script or in the credits of the movie.
So there have been times during Superfan versus Stapes where one of the questions has been about something that's not in the movie. You'd only know from like looking up in the special trivia or whatever, and I've gotten dinged on those before. Having said that, I still rule in favor of James Hartigan here. If there's no character named Braun actually in the movie, and it's just something that's like the internet has decided later on, or like was in a novel or something, and they went back and like retroactively gave some extra a name, I don't think James can be held responsible for that. I rule in favor of James Hartigan. Only
Thank
one
you, Joe.
brawn.
I would have the roles been reversed. Trust me, I would have ruled in your favor there, because it's like I don't know how we've randomly retconned these unnamed, uncredited characters from early Bond movies.
Retcon. I like that word. What's the con mean?
I've decided that one of the guys on the speedboat in Doctor No that like shot at Bond, his name from now on is kind of like Chaz. That was Chaz.
That character's name is Chaz. A very similar situation between FMRISP and Mahalal. We remember just a few rotations ago the Ace Jack against the King Queen, where FMRIS check raised on the Queen 10x. This time check raising on the King 10-7, and Mahal getting the same price, but this time thinking, you know what? They're clearly on base again. I'm running out of chips here. I don't want to be under 20 big blinds calling for a gut shot. I'm going to just let them have this one.
So blinds recently went up to 50,000, 100,000, which is an awesome blind level for the human calculator. Knuppel with 5 deuce in the big.
At James Hardigan, player's name Knuppel is German. Please don't say it like Knuppel. It's more like Knuppel. It means beating stick, though. Hey, James, how do you pronounce this one? Y-O-U-R...
E.
Your.
E.
Yeah.
I'm only... I
Your
left
E.
out, right? B-A-N-N-E-D. How do you pronounce that?
You're banned.
Thank you for your
The
comment.
hammer.
I do love it when people... I generally think that they're trying to be helpful in providing guidance on pronunciations and providing kind of phonetic guidance, and they always somehow are so wide of the mark in providing anything that could be in any way useful. The gap between kind of like intent and execution is so wide.
Actually, a nice little takedown for Nap Peel there on the button with the Ace King.
How about this one, huh? This guy likes to play.
Well, sometimes when you have a lot of chips and, you just got raised blind on blind against Moraes, you want to sort of establish a thing. I think K-Nipple is making an interesting approach here with the flat on the button.
Odd1X watching on YouTube asks, can you display the chips in big blinds? I'm afraid we can't do that. Technically not possible.
I mean, how do you even keep up with that? The big blind's are always changing. It would be a nightmare.
Fortunately, we are at a level right now where even someone with my piss-poor mathematical skills can still work out how many big blinds everyone has. So long may we play 50-100. Not too long, though. I don't want to be here at like 2 in the morning.
Poppy Van Winkle 23 says, has anyone ever partied with James? I'd pay good money to listen to his mind work after a few drinks. Well, you'd have to pay good money because he wouldn't be buying the drinks.
Hey! Griffin Benja, ladies and gentlemen, he's here all week.
Wow, 30 big blind shove into the limp from damages. Not what you want to see.
I will
You're
say
happy
that
to sort of limp call.
Partying with James, the conversation isn't all that different than what we talk about here when the wheels come off. Like, it's really the same shit.
Yeah. It's the same
Bond,
stuff, except he brings
Marvel.
He brings flashcards for Bond, and
he drops a few more F-bombs, actually way more F-bombs than you could possibly imagine, but that's about the only difference.
It's true. I got the costume designer for Honor Majesty's Secret Service on speed dial. You can call him right now. I'll take you down. Berenstein Bears, though, and James Bond. Well, Manila. Oh God, I can't talk about Berenstein Bears.
Here's a hot tip.
Mandela
Here's a kind of like I'm going to give you a top tip, Griffin. read the comment in your head first and then decide whether it's worth reading out aloud on the air.
Yeah. Well, I feel like anything with that's like Mandela effect related, I'm instantly drawn to. I just can't I can't deal with it. Let's Joe
Down to
Stapes, have you seen
72
the teaser
players.
for Thor: Love and Thunder?
Every single Marvel product is a teaser for the next Marvel product. So in that respect, yes, I have seen it, but otherwise, no.
Have you seen the previous movies, Joe? Have you seen the previous 26 movies that all served as teasers?
There's just, I think that there's no way they could have done this, but the best move that they could have done is just taken like 3 years off and just not put out anything for 3
Dude, there
years.
are Disney shareholders to appease. Come on.
Yeah.
And then just like 2.5 years into it, just put out a teaser like, oh, Marvel's coming back. It's just...
I was reading today that the streaming boom is officially, or the endless growth of streaming services is now plateaued. That as people start to feel the bite of harsh economic circumstances, that people are now seeing how many online subscriptions they actually want, and people are now trying to save money and cut back on, as we get this flip here.
Ooh.
And there's the flush for thanks for money. That's going to be a double up. But yeah, interestingly, people are prioritizing Netflix and Amazon Prime, but Disney is the one that's suffering right now. So they're not going to take any time off, and they've got to focus on their theatrical offerings as well as their online offerings right now.
Okay, guys, I got a good one. I got a good one. Joe, you said they should have taken a few years off from making any movies. Not even if the world stopped would they do that.
Is that a Superman reference?
No,
That's
because the
DC.
world literally stopped for 2 years, and they still kept sending out movies.
Right, yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Like they did have a good opportunity to not release anything, and they still threw Black Widow into theaters. The fans at home get it. Thanks, JM Sir Sarmiento.
I can report, by the way, that Knupel is no longer chip leader. Fred Volpe from Brazil
Superman reference.
is currently number one.
He
That
reversed.
was spinning the world backwards. That wasn't.
Yeah,
that wasn't
like,
standing still.
Nerd card revoked.
I haven't been a card-carrying nerd in a long time. A long time.
No, and you keep buying them too. You just keep buying cards until you can find a nerd one. Ripping
Spinning
open packs.
the world backwards, while the echoing voice of Marlon Brando reminds him, "You are forbidden to interfere in human history."
Yeah. Let me just reverse time just this once. Ooh.
Nines all in against tens and King Jack suited.
You know, Mahalo folded the pocket jacks earlier. I think you're sitting there with tens, and it's a bit too strong here. Moraes could certainly shove with a bit worse. Hands like nines and eights. So gonna call and in very good position to double up and thrust into contention here.
And we're coming towards the end of the first session as we pay that man his money. We have 67 players remaining right now. We started the day with 109.
Well, Knupel's definitely in for this. Well, you can really convince yourself to stick around for another street here, too.
Yeah, absolutely drawing to the nuts with that jack. You know, hitting a 9 or a 10, you might be good. You can even play it as a check raise if you want. It's hard for you to rep super strong necessarily. but going to fold out hands like ace-jack with the check raise strategy. Oof.
Ooh.
Oh. Almost forgot.
Yes.
Flaming Barry. Odd 1X says, James, I have a friend who is similar to you. His name is Anthony. Good story, bro. We are going on break. At the end of the first session, 67 players remain. And it is Fred Volpe from Brazil who has the chip lead right now. 1 million. First prize tonight, 51,800 plus bounties. 5-minute break in the action, and then we'll get back to the tables and continue playing down to the final and down to a winner on day 2 of this half-price edition of the Sunday Million. $54.50 to play. Prize pool more than 1.18 million. And while we're on break, we should reflect on the fact that we've had a bit of a break, Joe. In fact, it's been 2 weeks since we recorded a podcast. I know we're going to be doing one this week, and apologies, I haven't checked in on the running order that you sent me this morning. Remind me what we've got coming up this week?
Coming up this week, it's Coach Bauman.
Yes,
will be our
indeed.
guest. So, and I think that that's a kind of an opportune guest to have because obviously I just did a week of live poker, and I would like to discuss some of my, some of my ways to sort of just handle what happened that week. Obviously, we know that I didn't win anything, or you guys would have heard about it. So we've got Coach Bauman, we've got the UK IPT London recap. We have got a super fan I've been corrected on this already. Who is it again this week?
It's Scott answering questions about Slapshot, a movie
Slapshot,
which I know
yes.
you've attempted to watch a couple of times, but now I guess you have to watch it because you're going to be answering questions about it in 48 hours' time. I guess we should also highlight the fact that the last podcast we recorded, we spoke to the reigning No Limit Hold'em World Champion, Koray Aldemir, was our guest. And I'll be honest with you, I learnt a lot from that interview, not about poker, but about what to do if I ever encounter a bear.
Yeah, it was one of our better, one of my more well-thought-out games. I asked Koray if he considered himself about an expert in anything, and I was cruising through his Instagram and saw that he had gone out and done some pretty intense hiking in Canada, and that he had seen some bears. And I was like, you know what? Bear attack trivia. Let's do this. So both an educational, informative, and a little bit fun on the last podcast.
It was both those things. So a reminder, wherever you consume audio podcast, be that Apple, Google, Spotify, Stitcher, SoundCloud, you'll find new episodes of the Poker in the Ears podcast most weeks, just reflected on the fact that we took a 2-week break, but we are going to be back this week. Back for 2 weeks, in fact, and then off again because we are going to be in Monte Carlo at the end of this month. There's a lot going on and a lot coming up. And I guess the big thing in our calendars, the big thing we're all looking forward to is the next step on the European Poker Tour. We are going to be back in Monte Carlo for the first time in 3 years. 2019 was the last time we were in Monaco. Griffin, you're going to be out there with us. When was the last time you were in Monte Carlo?
That's a really great question, James. I would have to say probably 2014, 15, something
Wow.
like that.
So
yeah,
nearly
it's been
a
a
decade
while.
for you.
Yeah, maybe I'm not doing the math right. I know I was there in 2013 after I won the Berlin High Roller, but I think I've been back maybe once or twice since. But it's one of my favorite stops on the EPT. I'm so excited about going back there. It's my favorite place to rent mopeds and sort of go around and go on the F1 track, and it's gonna be great. And I'm sure the weather's gonna be beautiful. I'm just excited to be there.
Yeah, and of course you're going to be part of our commentary team, not necessarily there
Yeah.
to play, because we are going to do a 5-day stream, and of course many of you will have watched the live coverage of EPT Prague that we did back in March. So Monte Carlo, we're offering 5 days of coverage, which includes the final table of the 100k Super High Roller. So it'll be the first Super High Roller stream we've done in a long time. Plus 4 days, the last 4 days of the main event. Should be exciting cards up stuff. And after Prague gave us that kind of taste of it after a long gap, Joe, I'm really looking forward to the fact that we now have Monte Carlo coming up in just 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that myself. It was really fun getting back to doing some commentary over live poker. It was great to see everyone, great to see everyone's faces. It's just that whole electric excitement, and I think that's going to continue forward to Monte Carlo. The way Griffin described is that it's so beautiful there, right? It's just such great weather, such a nice locale, and I think that even for those who got a little jaded over Monte Carlo, I'll be happy to be there again myself.
That's the thing.
There's
Any destination
there.
you may have been.
Yeah.
I was going to say, any destination you may have been jaded by. I mean, with everything we've been through in the last 2 years, now you just can't wait to get back to these places, can't wait to have live poker again, have the EPT stop in these destinations. And I should say the dates, by the way, 3rd to the 7th inclusive for our 5 days of streaming from EPT Monte Carlo, first week of May. Joe, time for you to take a break from the booth. Griffin and I will handle the action as we return to our feature table in this week's Sunday Million, a half-price edition, a progressive knockout. We've got 2 players at this table who at various points have been chip leader. Brawny, 22, was start of day chip leader. Knoopel, a.k.a. Knossi's sidekick, was also in the number 1 spot. Neither has the chip lead right now, but both are still in the top 5.
Son of a perch with a great comment on the Twitch stream. I would like to have the opportunity to be jaded by Monte Carlo.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It sounded so awful whenever you'd say to people, oh, Barcelona again, and it's so overprivileged to make that comment, but as we've said so many times, then you take that thing away and you really, really miss it. And now cannot wait to go back to all these destinations. And we need to talk about some of the other destinations we're going to be going to. Next break, let's talk about the other 2 stops on the EPT that were confirmed a couple of weeks ago. Let's talk about what's going to be happening with the PokerStars Players Championship. So much to discuss, but we'll wait till Joe comes back at the next break.
Yeah, and also not lost on me is the the prestige of Monte Carlo. It being having been the grand final stop so many of these years. There's something really amazing about that. Sort of the the 10K buy-in in the past, all that sort of thing. So it's a really big deal, real shiny sort of pearl of the European Poker Tour, and I'm really excited to be covering it and to be a part of it.
Yeah. Brian asked a good question. James, will you guys be coming to Dublin for the UK IPT? I would love to have gone to Dublin for the UK IPT, and to be honest with you, I had kind of started looking into it. However, even though the final schedule is not locked down, even though our streaming plans are not 100% confirmed, I do know that UK IPT Dublin takes place during Scoop. And I'm pretty certain that we're not going to be able to make it out there during a major online series where we're going to be producing live coverage. So annoyingly, there is a clash there.
Nice bluff there in the first hand of the post break here from Thanks for Money. Turning that ace queen into a bluff on the river with that diamond blocker after missing the Broadway draw. Could be three-way action here, but this also is an interesting spot for a shove for DMG. Amori's been 3-betting light, opening kind of a bit lightish, so if you don't expect F. Moraes to be trapping a lot here, it would have been a nice little squeeze spot, I think, with this small pair. Take down some chips pre-flop. Having said that, does have the best hand on the flop, but now how do you proceed? You have a player behind, and it's just tough to play when you don't hit your set. And Amari actually now, James, with the best hand on this 6-9-4-1 diamond flop. But again, how do you continue with just ace rag here?
Couple of back doors.
Nice
and the
takedown
blinds
for
are up.
F.
60,000, 120,000. 15-minute blind levels, as we used to in the Sunday Million. 15-minute blind levels all the way through to the end. I'm now questioning what I just said. The UK IPT Dublin 2022. Yeah, May 16th to 22nd, and we've already announced that Scoop's going to be running May 8th to June 1st. So I think it's going to be really, really hard to make it out there. And I'm really disappointed, actually. But hey, as you say, Brian, maybe next time. And it's not like I haven't got to go to Dublin in recent years. I was there on holiday a couple of years ago, but also there was a UK IPT / EPT festival there in 2016 that we attended. So blind v blind. And domination rotation, pair of fives for Lodoretto.
Yeah, but going to be tough to hold on with just a pair of fives here if Brawny elects to take an aggressive action on more than one street. And that is really the kind of card that Brawny wants to see. Now open-ended, you're going to be able to fold out almost all the fives here with a bet on the turn. Tens might stick around again, but at least you picked up some equity and can, blast a big bet on the river. So that's kind of the card you want to see, is that 9 or a 6. And you get it, and you bet it, and you win! And you win.
So Brawny up to 7.5 million. Third in chips overall, behind Jabala from Germany, who sits in second place with 8.3 million, and Fred Volpe from Brazil, who's the chip leader right now with close to 12 million. 66 players remaining, all guaranteed $542. And race opening with ace 10. Raise and take it.
Ooh, the classicest incoming. There's gonna be a race.
Sickest and classicest of all races. Queens against ace king seems inevitable, and it is the ace king that will be at risk here, Griffin. D. Muggs with the shorter stack.
I mean, it's damages, right, James? Right? That's like a video game thing. DMG. I think it's damages. Chat? Should we call them
Could be direct
damages
messages.
Or damages or direct messages? That's not bad.
If you're going to make obscure references in your online handle,
Expect them to be mispronounced.
absolutely. So here we go.
Here we go.
Flip that coin. King high flop. And that is going to be a double up. And situation is now reversed. 4 million, 2 million, but the other way round. Where are we at with the average stack right now? 3.6 million. Oh, there is Jabala. Second in chips right now.
Very obnoxious spot here for Leterito 21. You're sitting there with about 16 big blinds. You raise at the cutoff. You're hoping to get a little, pre-flop, post-flop action, but then you get shoved on. You're sitting there like, ugh. Do I want to just call here and lose to ace-jack or pocket sevens or whatever it is? So folding, just live another day. 65 remain. 51,868. And bounties up top.
Well, we don't have to talk about direct messages anymore because they've just been balanced off this table. And we get a 3-bet from the small blind. Jabala re-raising to 833k. Gets a fold from the sixes.
James, speaking of unicorns, because
yes,
that's one of my monikers. Have you been watching any of these sort of unicorn story TV shows, or these things that crazy balloon, like the Dropout, We Crashed, and the Battle for Uber, Super Pumped? Have you watched any of these yet?
Okay, the only one that I've heard of even is the Dropout, because that's on Disney Plus here, and they're pushing it relentlessly. And I've heard really good things.
It's good, yeah, it's great. I really liked it a lot. Just last episode just came out the other week. We Crashed is about
that's the one about WeWork. Yes, no, I've seen the trailer for that. That looks good. That does look good. Oh,
And then super
this is
pumped
not
battle
good.
for Uber as not good for F. Moraeus.
No, it is not.
Well, the queens are live, though. So
I
there are
love your
two
optimism.
ladies.
I love your optimism. I'm
There are
going to
two
say
ladies in the club. You just got to find them.
that this is an awesome double-up spot for Le Dorito.
Yeah, I'm looking for two ladies. They should both be dressed in red. Yeah, I'm going to lose half of my stuff here if I don't find them. Ooh!
Oh, diamond's not a factor, and that ace seals the deal. The lady in red is not dancing with Moraes. He's down to 3.7 million. Just very quickly, Griffin, the show that I have been watching while on holiday, and I'm a little bit behind because I think it dropped probably at the end of last year, was the third and final season of Narcos Mexico, which was just as good as the first two seasons. I'm actually a little bit disappointed that it's the last season because there is the prospect, there is absolutely the possibility of carrying on the narrative, but they've decided not to make any more.
So I must have watched, I think I watched all of the first season of that, and maybe I started the second season, but I didn't stick with it. But yeah, it was good. So they did 3 full seasons, huh?
They did 3 full seasons of Narcos, and then 3 full seasons of Narcos Mexico, which was the spin-off, kind of overlapping, because it's following a similar timeline, but looking at the drug trade in Mexico rather than Colombia, with some characters kind of work across both series.
Warm up those lungs, James. We may have a opportunity.
I mean, unless someone gets a little bit nitty and it becomes a pre-flop game of chicken where someone waves the white flag of surrender, like this situation maybe?
So it's 45 big blinds, but you really have, you're in there with ace queen, I think. It is a lot of chips. Problem is you're just expecting it to be something like pocket 9s or 10s, which is just like you're ahead of and you've only put 3 big blinds in there. Do you really think your opponent is going to stuff in 45 big blinds with ace jack, ace 10 off?
Yeah.
Without really hesitating? No. So even though you are folding a monster, I completely understand from Bronny's perspective how it's not worth it. Keep your edge in the tournament. Don't create a situation where you're losing in a flip or worse. Sometimes your opponent just ace king and suddenly, you went from chip lead to really strong stack to out. Or to losing most of your stack, rather.
King, queen versus 7s. That's a pretty decisive flop. A king and a queen out there. Don't expect Amori to lose too many chips in this pot. The other thing which I
often about the range in the small blind, Joe, and this is exactly what we expect. I think Amori needs to find a check here. Go ahead, James.
I was going to say the only other thing which I watched while I was away, not exactly light viewing by any stretch of the imagination, was the 2-part documentary that Netflix just made about Jimmy Savile. Which was incredibly well done and just has you scratching your head at just how it was possible that this could happen over the space of several decades, and the way in which someone could literally hide in plain sight and protect themselves by ingratiating themselves at every level of like government, royal family. Incredible stuff.
Okay, cool. I don't know anything about it. Don't even tell me anything about it. I'll just watch it.
Do it. And you will think it's a spoof. At times you will watch it and go, this can't be real. This person can't be real. This is a fake character. This is a fake kind of story.
Okay, very exciting.
Sadly not. All true.
So some reviews coming in on Twitch saying it's pretty intense, hard to watch.
Yeah, it's, as I said, it's not light relief by any stretch of the imagination. obviously it's a story I was incredibly familiar with, but I think there'll be a lot of people, especially outside of the United Kingdom, who may not be familiar with this character and may not know the story. And I think if you're coming into it cold, it is almost like, how is this real? How could this possibly be true?
Very interesting. Yeah, I'm due for a good documentary. I'm trying to think of the last one I watched. I remember it being really great, but I don't remember what it was. You know what? I can even tell you because I record all the movies that I watch.
So, PK Heftig, a recent addition to our feature table, opening here with King Queen. We've got Ace Queen on the button for Amori.
Yeah, and under 20 big blinds can certainly just play as a shove, and I think that's going to probably get Heftig out of there. Oh, we need to talk about Cosby is what I watched. Sounds like a bit of crossover with the Jimmy Savile. Just can't believe that something was going on for so long.
Yeah. Lobster asks, is PK Heftig Danish? Nope, PK Heftig is German. The chip leader is still Brazilian. Fred Volpe still with more than 11 million. Still 60 players remaining.
Jabalala. A lot of chips and a big hand. And there's a chance this is trouble for F. Moraes. You know, plays just as a call. I think that's good. It's too many chips to shove, but there are players that will shove, you know, over 20, sometimes as much as 25, 26, 27 blinds in late position with a pair if you think you're just getting a raise fold from a big stack. So I think I would have faulted Moraes for shoving here, but it's certainly not completely out of the ordinary. Picking up so many chips when you get fold. So often your chip lead opponent is just raising and folding.
So Ace Jack suited for Brawny, opens under the gun.
Yeah, and I think the kind of hand is sort of the bottom of your range of what you want to peel here for PK Heftig. I would like to see a call. It's just connected enough and just suited enough, I think, but it's going to force a fold.
Jabala with 7-6 suited. Round to the blinds. And it is Jack high, 2 clubs out there. Spicy.
Yeah, quite an interesting flop. I mean, I think this is a bit loose of a peel from Brawny, but also not completely out of left field. Jabala with that, you know, aggressive action could be firing quite a few barrels based on what the run out looks like, so could end up being tough to hold on as Brawny if we see something like a king on the turn. You know, it would you know, improve a hand of Brawny's like a king 9 or a king queen, but would also make it very difficult to call under the bet from something like 10-9. Even Jack 7 can have a lot of trouble at least by the river and maybe even by the turn if the bet is big enough. A lot of room to really
That's
get
big.
rid of your opponent, like a 730,000 chip bet from Jabala here. Really going to put Brawny in the cooker.
And that keeps Jabala in second place on the leaderboard, which interestingly has a new chip leader. Fred Volpe's dropped down to fourth place. It is Nemci, playing from Lithuania, who now leads with 10 million. 59 players remaining.
Yeah, and you see how fast and furious the eliminations have been coming. We did start the day with about 105 people, I believe. So being down to 59, just over an hour into the broadcast.
And we are now playing 80,000, 160,000 blinds. They went up a couple of minutes ago. "57 varieties of poker player." And we are going to play down to a winner tonight. Won't stop at the final table. We'll stop when there is one player remaining. And as ever in the progressive knockout format, the reason why the advertised prizes for first and second are so similar is because that final bounty will be a huge difference. Huge amount of money they'll be playing for heads up, and that will put a massive difference between first and second when we see the final payouts, when you combine the payouts and, of course, the bounties.
PK Heftic here, going with a raising strategy on about 17 big blinds. I think a lot of players would shove here, but gets the absolute gin flop. Not only is that a bottom set, James, but that's a pretty big flop for Brawny 22.
Absolutely, a pair and the flush draw, and has 32% as Heftig continues with the set of fours, 320 into a million.
Yeah, Brawny going to be very happy to just play for stacks here. Is going to play it as just a call, and now the SPR, the stack to pot ratio, is about 1.2, 1.3. Heftic really wants to keep the opponent around, so I would be surprised to see a big jam here. Something more in the bet of 6, 7, 800,000. A little bit bigger, nearly a million.
Pretty much half Heftig's remaining stack, 984, just over a million behind.
And now at this stage, I don't really know if there is a benefit for Brawny to play it aggressively and put the remaining chips in for Heftig. Probably just better to call, but gonna put it in anyway. And gonna need a spade, and only a spade that does not pair the 5.
Heftig has not called yet. Heftig?
I mean,
Heftig!
there's
You've got a set of fours and you've committed half your chips. Get on with it.
Is pay jumper related? Surely.
And
Timing
that set holds. And that's a big double up for Heftig, who now has 5.6 million. Brawny, the start of day chip leader, dropped below the 4 million mark. Brawny now below average stack. Average right now being 4.3 million.
I often think sometimes about situations like that, where it more has to do with like, babe, come see this, or like, calling your little brother into the room, be like, look, I'm about to call. This is it. There's 50 left. Pays for it's gonna pay for a mortgage. Like, just like watch this.
Okay.
We can't. We don't have any. I think that's what it might be.
So what some of us may perceive as a nit roll is actually a getting friends and family to crowd around the monitor roll.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, these are big moments for players,
theory.
especially at this level, where especially if you're grinding with friends, maybe he's behind you or whatever. It's like, look what's happening. Click it and see what happens.
Or at the very least, picking up the phone, putting it onto camera, making sure it's on video mode rather than photo mode, and then hitting record, right? Which I know should be instantaneous, but you can be all fingers and thumbs when the adrenaline's pumping.
Yeah, and people are superstitious too. Maybe they, They want their friend to see this big moment or like whatever. It's like every time I call you when I'm all in, like I win. Like you got to see this. Oh, it's a flush draw. I held. So there's a lot of excitement and fun things that can happen, and a sense of community, I think, in some situations.
This is not a lot of chips. Fewer than 10 big blinds, Griffin. All in under the gun. We've got King, Queen, and Ace 10 suited in the blinds. Any chance that one of these two players calls?
Yeah, I think that it's going to be tough for Moraes to do it because the bounty isn't particularly massive, and also, you have one player behind. That's not super consideration, but against the range of Mahala, but the Ace 10 is in for sure. You're probably about breaking even with Mahala's range. It's happens to have jacks here, but with the extra bounty to consider, it's under 10 big blinds. Your opponent's going all in with Ace 9 suited there, Ace 8 suited, King Queen off, King Jack. So you got to go for it there. Pairs sometimes. Well, all the pairs really.
And that
including
was
jacks.
a double up with jacks holding against the Ace 10. And now 7-4 of spades. Not quite the bond for Jabala, who I think is still second on the leaderboard. No, third in chips at the start of this hand.
Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, James.
Ace 8. Yeah.
But Jabala, I feel, is a name we've seen a lot in these kind of streams, usually with a great deal of chips. It looks familiar, doesn't it, with the avatar? I mean, maybe
the
a lot of
problem
people
is,
have the hawk after.
That's the problem. It's not like avatars are exclusive. It's not like, well, I'm the one with the eagle and no one else can have that avatar.
Yeah, but the name, it triggers something in my head. So with this amount of chips, and I think someone who has some experience, I expect to see some aggressive action. Hands like 7-4 suited.
Yeah.
This has actually been a really well-played hand from Knoopel. Just now Jabala really has the bottom of their range. Going to have to bet it pretty big to fold out an ace. Might not bother trying, but...
Checks it back. Knoopel up to nearly 6 million. No. Brawny, King, Queen suited. Opens to 320. Blinds up in 6 minutes' time.
Where's Joe when you need him? This is another ace-jack small blind against an under-the-gun raise situation.
You know where he is, Griffin. It's hot dog time.
I think an argument to fold, call, and shove. I know people hate when I say that, but really I don't think there's a wrong answer here, and we do see the passive approach from Mahalel against that pretty strong under the gun range. We see it's, you're technically ahead ace jack to king queen, but that's one of the only hands that you're actually ahead of, and then you can still also just lose when the flop doesn't go your way. Big spot for Knoopel here with the jacks. Fast and furious action here.
It is fast and furious in the ready money round. We've got 10s opening. We've got the 3-bet from Knoopel with jacks, and Riverovich now with a decision of whether they want to go with 10s.
Half price, but full throttle.
I like it. I'll save that for next time.
Riverovich here really only has 2 moves. I think it would be a mistake just to call, even though it's just this decent price. Just shove it in there or fold, and does go with the aggressive action. Knoopel, no intention to fold with taking this line as a 3-bet. Just calling his great aunt who loves poker.
And this
what do you
is
have,
a domination
sweetie?
Situation, and Jack's way ahead. Jack's hold. That is a KO. And Knoopel is among the chip leaders once again. Knoopel back to being a top 10 stack, 6th overall with nearly 9.5 million.
Yeah, and that bounty of into the 4 digits now. Going to keep on growing at this rate. Almost 10 million chips. $35 big blinds for PK Heftig here. I don't completely despise a call on the button with a pocket pair here, but I think it's tough against the pretty strong under the gun range. And I think what we've established is at least a pretty aggressive player in Jabala.
Mark Zutkov has a question. James, what is the story behind the phrase "always an ace on the desk," particularly why desk as opposed to table, etc.? Thanks. It was said by a Russian player at EPT San Remo, and my memory is failing me today. I can't remember which year it was. It was either 2009 or 2010, and I can't remember the name of the player. But I remember he was all in with like ace-5 against kings. And he sat back comfortably with a brandy in his hand, with not care in the world, because his attitude was always an ace on the disc, meaning the table, meaning the felt. And he was right. There was an ace, and he survived.
But who might not survive here is Mahalo for the 17 or so big blinds. Probably sitting there real pretty thinking, oh, Knepel's pretty aggressive, has a lot of chips. This is a beautiful spot to have ace-queen suited. No, it's not! But there is always a jack on the rack. Nope.
No jack. The queen is too little, too late, and that is another KO, another big pot for Knupel. And let me just check the lobby, Griff. Knupel's now second in chips, second on the leaderboard with 12.6 million. Loose Control from Austria is the current chip leader with a stack of 15.2 million. 47 players now remain, and that means everyone's locked up at least $742. That's the current payout.
Yeah, and tell you what, there's some Knupel fans out there. A lot of people on Twitch excited to see the German take out those two players and increase the stack to over 12.5 million chips and a nice bounty of 13, 11, 14.
Down to 45 players now.
Weren't we just at 59?
There's been a massive slew of eliminations this last orbit, I would say.
Do it, Amari. Come on. Making a lot of tight 3-bets and raises. You got to shove the suited kicks. The suited kicks on the button, baby. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Aggressive. Are they making a rounders too? I heard that somewhere.
It's well documented that Brian Koppelman has an outline at least for a sequel, but the problem is the rights. The rights to the movie are very complicated. And
why?
A lot of companies involved. And who actually holds the rights, who would have to agree to a sequel being made. It's a legally complex situation.
What isn't complex is these two queens for thanks phone money. 50% probability of winning this hand with 4 other people still in it. That's how. And you can see keep seeing it go up, 76.8. This is kind of cool. I've never done this. Track the percentage going up as people fold. 88.4.
I don't disagree, by the way, with Uncle Jonesy, who says a rounder sequel feels super unnecessary. I have mixed feelings about it, genuinely. And seeing the film again just over a week ago, it was the screening at UK IPT London.
It was rounders, huh?
It was rounders. And it was great
Raiders?
to see it again. First time I've seen it on the big screen. And I thoroughly enjoy the movie, and a part of me would love to know what happens next with those characters and maybe catch up with them in a couple of decades' time. But part of me, probably the greater part of me, it's probably 60-40, is like, I'm good. I'm happy with the story this movie told. I'm happy to kind of let it go and not revisit that world and revisit those individuals.
Well, Matrix 4 felt pretty unnecessary. And it was. You made a good point.
Let's be honest, Griffin. Matrix 2 and Matrix 3 were also incredibly unnecessary.
You know what? I'm sorry, but I'm a reloaded apologist. I really am. I think that the highway chase scene is one of the best chase scenes in cinematic history, and I think that the fight with the hundreds of Agent Smiths would have been amazing had they not shown it in the previews. Because if you'd gone in not knowing that there were going to be like 100 Agent Smiths, it would have been this like cool moment. But it was like this. It was the first moment I think in my life where I'm like, wait, maybe trailers aren't good for the movie watching experience. Now I still haven't stopped watching trailers. As a matter of fact, I watched the Thor Love and Thunder trailer after telling myself I wouldn't. But it's something I've been thinking about lately. Maybe better not to watch trailers.
So we've got a Scoopitio. This player with ace-10, all in. And it's a sub-10 big blind stack.
A scoop at the jow. Nope.
Not a
Escupitejo.
massive bounty, $274. 10-5 calls?
Bounty, bounty, baby. Gonna need a 5 on the river. Wow.
Griffin, can you explain that call to me? I know there's a bounty involved, but it's not like it's a $1,300 bounty. It was a $274 bounty, and you've got 10-5 in the small blind. There's still the prospect of the player behind you waking up with a monster.
Listen, every once in a while, and that's the fun thing about these PKOs, James, is that every once in a while we see something erratic with someone chasing a bounty. First time you see it, you're like, wait a minute, is this a misclick? What is this? The shove was for under 10 big blinds. There was only one more player to go. It's not a good call. It's a mistake. But it's something players will just do. They're just like, oh, I'm still in if I lose this and I can win this money. Let's go.
I noticed, Griffin, this time PK Heftig didn't wait to call in the friends and family. It wasn't like, honey, come and watch as I call here with 10-5.
No, it's like I have too many chips. Yeah. Didn't want anyone to see that one. That's why I probably called so quickly so that anyone watching might have missed it. M. Solomon said it best. Sometimes you just see red.
Very, very curious call.
Moraes here electing to go with the min raise on the 12 big blinds instead of the shove and working out, getting some action from the also short stack thanks for money in the big blind. Getting that beautiful top 2 flop.
Boom.
Top 2 flop.
4-1 favourite, bets 3-4-5, gets a fold from the gut shot. And Heftig loves these 10 high hands.
Babe, it's got a 10 in it. I don't know if I can let this one go.
Ace 8 for Brawny. Brawny was the start of day chip leader, now all in. And Amori with ace 9 in the big blind.
Oof, right on the line for Amari. You know, ace 10, I think you're more inclined to call. Ace 9, you got to hope your opponent is shoving into 3 players. Effectively 18 big blind. Makes the call. Beautiful call from Amari. Can it hold?
Oh,
Nope.
it's a chop. Both players with the straight. That's a chop pot. And Griffin, you know what they say.
Everyone loves
a
a chop
pot.
pot.
I'm not feeling that one at all.
That wasn't bad.
No, really? Okay.
You got 6s
Oh.
and 7s.
There's
Buddy,
a
I've
couple
been
of
living on
8.5s.
6s and 7s my whole life.
I love that an effort was made. Thank you, 9 Hertz. I'll take it.
I just want to say, for all those at home that are rating that under a 6, you are no longer part of everyone. Because if everyone loves a chop pot, then why are you giving our chop pot song a rating under 6? Think about that. I'm waiting for you to change your votes.
Jabala keeping their stack above 10 million. Jabala currently 6th in chips overall. Loose control from Austria, still chip leader with now 17 million. Could become the first player to cross the 20 million threshold. Knoopel sits 3rd on the leaderboard right now with 13 mil. 40 players remain.
Ryudo poking holes in my logic. It's not everyone loves a chop pot song. You cracked the code. I was bluffing. Rate us whatever you want. I don't need your love.
I mean, some conspiracy theorists would suggest that Joe goes through and actually ensures that anyone who scores under 7 has the doom switch flicked on them.
Yeah.
Those are just rumors, and I cannot
Are
confirm or deny those rumors.
Uncle Jonesy says, you know what they say? Everyone who rates the Chop Pot song as 7 or higher loves the Chop Pot. That is
The
the
tune
expression. That's the moniker.
can't handle that change in the lyrics. 5-4 has not really flopped here at all. Top 2 for Canoopel, 400k into 1.16 million.
Yeah, an interesting decision there to lead. I think I don't like it. I don't like it one bit, James. You got to let your opponent range rep there. You have the board completely locked down. Why not just play it as a check raise? Why not play it as a check call? I don't know.
Snowmen's.
Num num. Num num.
And Amari now, who's been pretty patient, made a very astute call with ace-9 off earlier. Now facing this shove for 11 big blinds, effective stacks. You know, ace-jack suited, you go with it. Ace-10 suited, maybe. King-queen, it's so tough because sometimes you just call and you're up against ace-5 and you just lose. So I might go for it there, especially if I covered my opponent, which actually Amari doesn't by about, correct me if I'm wrong, 1,000 chips. So maybe that's part of what is, you know, maybe if Thanks for Money had 200 less chips, Amari would consider going for it there. Wouldn't mind a rabbit cam here. Let's just see what the flop would have been.
Let's have a look at what you would have won.
And another spot where Thanks for Money might shove 13 big blinds, and Amari going to have to probably fold again with a similar fringy hand that happens to be ahead. Ooh.
Just a limp.
Limpy dimpy.
Just a limp.
Uncle Jonesy makes a very strong point. Being left with 1,000 chips is kind of gangster, though. It's true. Amari weighing their options here. Do I want to shove with 5 people behind? What if this is a trap? I think this is a great spot for Canoopel to just over limp here. Shove could also be a play because you're only against one effective stack of even close to 20 big blinds, but you don't want to get trapped by Thanks for Money here. I mean, Thanks for Money could just be doing this not just with the aces and kings and queens, but also with something like 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks. We saw it earlier with pocket 8s.
Well, Jack
but
9
it's all
flops
brawny.
best. Top pair for Brawny, who has near enough 75% equity in this 3-way pot.
I think this is a trap for Canoopel to continue with a bet here. And quite an interesting turn card. Brawny's not going to like it. Going to expect their opponents to have some decent amount of ace X's in the range. So you're sitting there as Thanks for Money. You now have a Broadway draw. But you have to be a bit worried that Canoopel is also going to have ace X type hands. But goes for the bet, and I think that that's almost surely going to work against Canoopel. But what does Brawny do?
Good question.
What do you do, Brawny? You still have the jack. You're only beating hands like Queen 10, King 10, King Queen. And then you might just face a bet on the river anyway. Gets out of dodge now, and nice hand there for Thanks for Money. The limp strategy works out. It even folded out the ace 9 of clubs, which would have had top pair on that turn. Canoopel, can they stay aggressive? Yes. Ace 7, pop it up. Pop, pop, pop. Pop,
Opens
Pop
for
it up.
430k with the ace-7. We've got 10-7 in the big blind. Ten-7 suited.
Yeah, a nice opportunity, I think, to call here, C3, try to flop some equity with your 16 big blinds. Too tight, too tight! Little momentum now for Canoopel.
Keep
Get
it
in
going.
there, buddy!
Still sits in second place on the leaderboard behind Loose Control, who's got 16 million.
And tell me my eyes do not deceive, James, but are we down to 35 players?
Correct, Griffin. 35 remain from the 23,692 who started.
Oh, okay, so Canoopel sure they're going to raise again. Can we get a little disco for Disco Johnny, James? Come on! For the fans at home.
I'm not going to misappropriate an
Come
animation
on, give us the disco, James. We
that
all
is
came to
designed
party, man.
to highlight a player
Give
disconnecting,
us the
not
disco
someone's
for
name.
Disco Johnny. Oh, you're a monster. You know that? I hope you get
Happy now.
so
Nine's
happy.
all in.
Disco Johnny. Oh, might not continue. You turned off the song. Ooh, definitely Disco Johnny's gonna bounce. Or is he here to dance? Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow.
And it's a coin flip. And it's an ace high flop. 9 on the turn. And that set of 9s will see Brawny double up to 8.3 million. So Brawny back in contention. 13th in chips now.
Yeah, and very aggressive call by Canoopel, by the way. I think ace-10 suited was very, very ambitious to call there. Disco Johnny could not only be dancing, but also could be trapping. So maybe a little punish
I do
there.
think that Brawny's $1,100 bounty is going to be a massive deciding factor.
See, this is why you were putting up your hand. You wanted me to stop making a fool of myself, but I was just like, oh, yeah, give me a second, James. I have a really good point. That is a better point, and I rescind my comments. Bounty, 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 man. These bounties, even the chat's like, 1K bounty, Griff. Yeah, I know. My partner, let me know. Meow, meow, meow.
So Canoopel back in action, opening under the gun with Kojak. Race. Short stack, but still alive.
Yeah, hasn't been the greatest day for Moraes, but been playing pretty well. Just getting ready to go. So,
well, this is not a bad situation to pick up ace-king here, especially when king-queen will probably open and will then be committed when Moraes shoves.
Yeah, you know, it's curious to see how it's going to go down. Escupitija with just, you're right, it is tough to pronounce, with just 15 big blinds, could just play this as a straight-up shove. In the event it's played as a raise, which it is, it's going to be about 9.5 big blinds with the bounty and the big blind amount in there. I don't know, like, if you play it as a raise, this is a pretty tight range. You're effectively calling off, you know, 85% of your stack. I don't mind a fold. It's pretty tight, but
Well, if we do see a call, it will be a domination situation in Moraes' favor.
The problem with King Queen too, James, is just it plays too well against the pairs. Like if you're just burning money here if your opponent has pocket jacks, you know, ace jack, tens, nines. So that's
a call.
what leads to the call. And
there's
gonna need a queen
on the turn. Domination rotation, and you said it had been a bad day for Moraes, and it ends in horrific style as they are eliminated in 34th place.
Yeah, incredibly unlucky, but just a bit too few chips to get the raise fold, and quite frankly, just really poor luck. And now with the blinds up to 250K, Mr. Hardigan, situations like this are going to get very interesting. Braun playing about 35 big blinds. Jabala presumably going to come in for that 3-ish X 3-bet, just the call, and that's going to not create a potentially massive pre-flop confrontation. And we're just going to see 3 cards. Keep it chill.
Let's do it. Squeeze with King 6. You know you want to.
Nah, you got to kick your way out of this hand. Don't do it.
Jack 5 deuce. 10's good.
Yeah, I like playing this. Go ahead.
PokerShark asking when Scoop starts, and as we were discussing earlier on, 8th of May is the start date, which is a Sunday. So we're streaming Monte Carlo from the 3rd to the 7th of May. We fly back on the 8th, which is the day that Scoop starts. Runs till the 1st of June. And 10s have held.
And Braun gonna feel quite comfortable in the value of these 10s here now that it's played down. But you can see the quick fold from Jabala, and the reason is that line looks so much like the kind of hand Brawny has. Checks the jack high flop with something like 9s, 10s, and then goes for those 2 streets at the end. And Jabala very wisely folds the ace king off, recognizing that this isn't the kind of bluff line that Brawny will take. PK Heftik now, just 10 big blinds. The strategy often is to shove a wide range of hands here. We've seen Heftik do weird stuff. Will call an all-in for 10 big blinds with 10-5 suited, James. Will not go all-in with 10-6 off with one person to get through. We're learning so much.
There are some inconsistencies in PK Heftig's approach to this game, but Ace-King, I imagine, will not be folded. It is a shove from the button. And 7 deuce in the big.
Maybe a Scapatejo will give it back to PK Heftig for calling with the 5-10. Call with the 7 deuce.
No.
Ryudi9999 says he knew AK was coming next. That's not possible. We have safeguards.
How about this confrontation? 7s in the small blind, queens in the big blind. Thanks, faux money, the effective stack here. But it's queen 10 that opens. Disco Johnny gets the action started.
Oh no, Disco. Oh no, Disco. Not the way you should be playing queen 10 off here. I kind of get it. Maybe you want to squeeze one in. You just want to hopefully everyone folds, think you're really tight ranged here, but going to run into... I mean, it might save... It might escapito... Escapito. But no. It's all in.
We are D, done with this hand. We are I, ignoring the fact that we should never have opened in the first place.
Yeah, and thanks for money thinking. Thanks for money.
So here we go. 7s against queens. Come on, Johnny. Get out of the way. Johnny. Johnny.
Johnny, be good.
Thank you.
1-7 left in the deck.
And Queen's Hold, that is a double up for Thanks Faux Money, up to nearly 6.3 million. 32 players remain in this half-price edition of the Sunday Million, playing down to a winner today on the second and final day of this MTT.
Disco, see now, this is the thing. 9 big blinds, you got to put it in with the King Jack. We see, of course, that a Skipatejo would have called with the Ace Queen, but this is the spots you need to run it. You need to double up. You need to get near 20 big blinds. Give yourself some maneuverability. You can't win the tournament. Raise folding off 11 big blinds with Queen 10 and folding King Jack with 9 bigs. You got to get it in there.
And that is going to take us to the second break of the day. 2 sessions gone, 32 players remaining. And there is a new chip leader as we hit this 5-minute break. Player we haven't mentioned yet, Tide Caller 8 from Greece, who's worked their way up to nearly 19 million. So now it's Tide Caller who could be the first player to cross the 20 million mark. They are the chip leader and will be in the catbird seat when action restarts in just under 5 minutes time. During the break, we're going to welcome Joe Stapleton back to the PokerStars Arena. Joe, during that session, we did discuss the fact that it's unlikely we'll be able to go to UK IPT Dublin. It is taking place in the month of May during Scoop, and even though we haven't confirmed our streaming plans for Scoop yet, I think it's going to be very difficult for us to get to a live event during that online series. But I did want to touch on a couple of live events that we are going to be attending. Not to play, but to stream, because just before we went on holiday, it was confirmed that EPT Barcelona is taking place in August, and it's confirmed that EPT Prague 2022 is taking place in December, because it's worth highlighting that the Prague event we streamed in March was the delayed 2021 event. It was pushed back by 3 months. It was Makeup Prague. So Barcelona and Prague to come. Barcelona a little bit earlier in August than maybe we've been used to in some years, taking place kind of in the middle of the month rather than at the end of the month. But the big announcement, and I know that this was a long time coming, clearly in Barcelona 2019, we announced the second PokerStars Players Championship would take place in 2020. Griffin, you were there for that announcement. We did the whole Chase Your Dream promotion. We awarded the first 5 platinum passes. Qualification started. Then, of course, came the pandemic, the cancellation of the event in 2020, hopes that it could run in 2021. It couldn't. And now finally confirmation that it is going to take place in early 2023, and we're going back to the Bahamas, but to a new venue. The Bahama Resort, we've never been there before, is going to host PCA 2023 and the second PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship. It will be our first time in the Bahamas in 4 years when we go there next January. And again, Joe, just to touch on something else we were saying, it's very easy to become jaded and disillusioned with certain events and certain venues, but oh my God, do I miss going to the Bahamas in January, and I cannot wait for the PCA and the PSPC to be back on the agenda.
So we were already kind of missing the Bahamas even before the pandemic started, if you remember, right? We took like a year off from the Bahamas, and we were like, oh, I know we all kind of complained about the Bahamas, but man, wouldn't it be nice to be going there? And so not only are we going back, and we would have been happy with the old PCA, but now we've got a brand new PCA in a brand new location, and no knock to Atlantis, which we could easily do. This is a new spot. This is a brand new place. It's less than 5 years old, I think, or something at this point. So there's absolutely no way it won't be a new adventure, a new location for us. I'm very excited for it.
And Griffin, the irony is that since we announced the PSPC in August of 2019, we've been qualifying people all this time. There are nearly 300 Platinum Pass winners already, and they have been patiently waiting for clarification on when and where this event is happening. So I'm glad that we could kind of let them know that we now have a date, we now have a location, and they've got something to look forward to. And I know it's obviously a change in their plans, circumstances beyond anyone's control, but you've got to be pretty delighted to be going to the Bahamas for this event, because it feels like the right destination to have something of the PSPC's magnitude.
Yeah, and just such an incredible way to kick off 2023. I mean, we have so many great events to look forward to for the rest of the year. You just mentioned Prague. It felt like you guys were just over there and back again in December when it's so beautiful during Christmas time. We have, of course, Barcelona in August, Monte Carlo in just a few weeks, and now freaking PCA in 2023 January. The PSPC, all those qualifiers. It's going to be a very special event. I mean, I got, as you guys remember, I got very deep in one of the first PSPC, finishing in about 14th place, and it was such an incredible event. It's such an interesting blend of players that have qualified and players that bought straight in, and it's a really special event for a 25K buy-in, and I can't wait to be a part of it in some capacity, whether I'm in the booth with you guys or playing. We'll see where time takes us.
A couple of quick things to highlight. The first is, Griffin, you referenced the first PSPC. We did produce TV shows from that event, and they are finally going to make their way to the PokerStars YouTube channel very, very soon. So if you missed any of our live coverage, or those shows weren't broadcast on a TV network in your part of the world, you'll get to see them. And of course, there are going to be chances to win Platinum Passes starting very soon. We're going to be qualifying more players for the PSPC in the Bahamas, January 2023. Cards back in the air. I will leave you with Joe and Griffin, who will talk you through the action.
Welcome back, my babies, to the half price, the 5450 Sunday Million PKO. That's progressive knockout. Your bounty goes up with every bounty you collect. We are back, the final 32 players of 23,692 total entries. Really down to what? What percentage of the field is that, Griffin? 32 of 23,692.
So it would be
like 1/10%.
1/10% would be 23 people. So
23,
it's,
right? So we're pretty close to that.
15%. A tenth of
0.15.
0.15. Yeah, we're very, very deep. Joe, I will say, I feel like when you left, there were 60, 70 people left. You were doing a little cranking over there, weren't you?
You guys could tell that I was cranking?
Yeah, we heard it, actually. You didn't turn... They didn't mute your mic, so, it was a crank show.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, I'm definitely a little sweaty from all the cranking that went on.
Yeah. You're a loud cranker, Joe, says Uncle Jonesy.
You gotta really get into it. It helps you get there sometimes, the more... Anyway. Raise and take it there. Got an ace-10 here for Escupitajo, 83. Yikes.
Nice. Well pronounced. Escupitajo.
Thanks, Faux Money, with a suited ace in the next spot. See what price Escupitajo makes it.
All of it, man. You only got 13 big blinds, man. Or woman.
Human.
Oh, I miscalculated. Actually, 10.5 blinds. Gotta shove it in. Escupitajo.
Oh, yeah. Ace 10 off. Waterboat asking, wait, what happened? Just joined. When we're talking about cranking, sometimes if things are a little slow, I got this machine here that I crank it.
Yeah.
And it gets the bad beats going. It's like a cooler machine. It's random. No, I'm not aiming at anyone. I'm not thinking of anyone in particular when I'm cranking it. Just sort of like, faceless bodies kind of thing.
Or people that give the chop pot song under a 6. Those people.
And then then I crank it to get a bad beat dealt out. And sometimes it's just a cooler all over your face. Amari 410.
Yeah.
Getting a little out of line here with Jack-8 suited.
Yeah, it's just 5 big blinds, so you got a hand that can play pretty well post-flop. Hopefully you end up all in against a hand like Ace-King or 2 7s.
Not Ace-Jack.
Not ace jack off. which is
Isn't
what
that
PK
always the
did.
way? I mean, come on. I'm supposed to be live with Jack 8 suited.
And if we learned anything while you were gone, Joe, it's that PK Heftig really loves bounties. Called a 9 big blind shove with 10-5 suited earlier from the small blind against an under the gun shove. Oh my god! It must have been a misclick. Can we get James back? Can he get? I feel like James was a part of that. Like everyone at home was a part of the 10-5 suited, but I need James. I need James here to. He was here for the.
I mean,
10-5.
King 7 is the
happening.
hand you want to get it in against here. So some solid manifestation from Amari, who is going to be live. One jack folded.
Sometimes you just gotta
One 8
manifest.
folded.
4 spades out. If we want to keep going.
There's the eventual call. 10 high flop. Jack on the turn. 8 on the river. Double up Amari. What?
Thinks that he's a genius with the ace jack fold with the 8 on the river.
So good. Such an inspired fold.
Inspired.
PK Heftig is a genius, says Ibrev.
Disco Johnny, I'd love to see a shove here because it's the right play, but from what I've seen from Mr. Disco,
A little something for Disco Johnny.
Oh, you probably missed the whole thing with James and I over that. We had a whole thing, Joe. I don't know if you're watching. I asked him very politely if he could do a disco for Disco Johnny, and then, of course, the purist and Puritan that James can be was just like, no, it's the sanctity of the actual disconnected status. I'm like, please, James, when Disco was in a hand, and he finally did it.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when Mommy's in charge now that Uncle Daddy's here. Anything goes. We're gonna stay up late.
Uncle Daddy, yeah, we are.
We're gonna have breakfast for dinner.
Yeah, and we're gonna crank it.
We're gonna crank it. We're gonna hit the disco button at any.
Hey, it's on
anytime
disco
we
right
feel
now.
like it. PK Heftig, who lived to fight another day. Not that all-in would have hurt them very much. Folds to Brownie, who folds the 5 deuce. Blind on blind. Who folds 8 tray, understandably. Moving on. Pocket 7s for Yabala.
You know, Son of a Perch does make a good point about Joni Mitchell. Maybe it is like Disco Joni. Not Johnny.
I would say Disco Yoni.
Yoni.
Disco Yoni.
The disco music, come on, Yoni.
Doesn't Yoni sound like the kind of guy that would love the disco?
Yeah.
I'm visiting
yeah,
here in your country of America. Where is disco?
Yeah. My dancing doesn't look as cool without the music. Amari, get out of there. Oh, Amari.
Defending, obviously.
Now you flop the king. You got an SPR of 1.5 to 1. You got the king of clubs. What are you going to do? What, are you going to check fold now? No, you're going to continue and more chips are in. Then you're short stacked. Don't defend the king 5, my friend.
Really? You don't defend King 5 there?
No, not on 9 big blinds against the under the gun open. What are we trying to accomplish here, Joe?
Against the button open?
Oh, no, we do. No, under the gun open, man. Where's the button?
No, I'm
Where's the
asking
button
you,
open?
can you defend it against the button open if it's not under the gun?
Yeah, you can. It's better. It's still, like, not great. It might be nice to try to, like, flop some equity and then just, like, check raise all in on even this flop. But you can't check raise all in on this flop against the under the gun range because his range is just so much stronger. It's not my favorite hand to defend against a button open when I'm trying to just flop equity with. I'd rather do it with 9-10 off or something.
Well,
So I think
Amari
it's a
got
bit of
all
a
the way to
burn.
showdown.
Yeah, min bet on the flop, basically. Check down. And the blinds are up, and the players will drop.
32 players remaining. Where are we at payout wise, huh? There's a pay jump right now. It's a significant one, $300. 6 buy-ins to this event.
That's why he's the human calculator, everyone. Did that right there. $50 times 6.
Sometimes it just comes to you.
$300.
The numbers just sort of float out.
Can't teach it. You can only watch in awe and wonderment.
You can't teach it, and you can't turn it off. Brownie 2022 makes it 600,000 with ace 10 of spades. Should get through. AC King says there's around 750 big blinds remaining in the tournament. Thank you for that fact, if accurate.
Another spot where SQ Petaggio would love to be able to just... I would love for them to just be able to shovel in for 7 big blinds. But Brawny, if I know anything about Brawny, one of the few stacks, at least on this table, where you can raise and fold and try to acquire some chips. And something like suited ace is in that range. SQ Petaggio, knowing they don't have any fold equity, I think will probably find a fold with King 10 suited and might have to find a different spot. Knuppel, though, I think is going to want to continue. Let's see 3. We got Jack 7. We're suited. We're in the club.
Man, you're all over the place. Earlier you said King 5 was a no-go. Jack 7, you're all about it. I mean...
Is that a legitimate question? Do you want me to explain the difference?
No, it is not a legitimate question, but I would like you to explain the difference. Is that okay?
Sure. So Jack 7 suited just has much more playability. It's connected enough for straights. You're suited. You know, something like King 5, when you're facing an under-the-gun raise, you never have the best king. Every king, ace king, king queen, king jack, king 10, king 9 suited, these are all hands that could raise an early position that you're going to be completing against. There's not a lot of good boards for you. You hit mid pair sometimes with a 5, but then it's like ace 5-4. You're just handcuffed.
Amari at risk. Knuppel needs to hit. Double up Amari.
It's going to be hard pressed for me to fold Jack 7 suited with any stack depth to a min raise in the big blind. As far as, you know, I mean, I'd rather have Jack 9 suited, but Jack 7 suited you can make something happen with. Very playable hands here, and this will be very interesting with that $402 bounty in the big blind for PK Heftig. I think we should expect Brawny to want to just comfortably actually, it's 10 big blinds. Brawny could find a fold here against this pretty tight, strong range from the big blind, and then thanks for money, maybe in trouble. Yeah, good fold. Recognizing that thanks for money is going to have a pretty strong range here, sometimes a trappy range, and knowing that...
Oh, boy! Spiking the 9, no queen on the river. There goes PK Heftig. Unlucky, mate. Thanks, faux money. Collects another bounty and gets us down to 28 players. 11.1 million for thanks, faux money. That's good for 8th place. And speaking of the leaderboard, 4th on the leaderboard right now is a player called Taxation is Theft. That player goes by Gilly on Twitch, and they were one of the first. They're one of the winners of Dare to Stream, the first Dare to Stream. We think. Now that I've read it out loud, someone's checking. That's great.
What's the Dare to Stream?
Cool. That was a competition that PokerStars ran where you became a poker streamer, and then you end up getting like a contract, I believe.
And that's how we got Fint in hand.
That's how we ended up with Frinton and Spaggy.
Is that actually? Is that how they? No, that was separate.
No,
right?
no.
Yeah.
They didn't. They got a real record contract. They didn't win American Idol.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well deserved. Brawny now, after making that astute fold, despite the temptation of bounties. Going to raise up the Queen 7 suited. And we've actually seen some really strong play from Brawny over the course of these few hours, Joe. Making some big folds with hands like Ace Queen, making pretty big fold with the King Queen there with the bounty on the line, just recognizing that a lot of the strength and the sort of playability of this big stack is going to be in preserving it. And, all the way down to 28 players now, I think doing a great job of staying above, the average and not creating any big pots where there isn't a big advantage. Amari here almost certainly going to be shoving the 10 big blinds. And Jabala, going to feel pretty good about the range with King 7. And that's
domination
a
situation.
Oh!
However, this hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say?
Everyone
loves a chop pot.
Ding, 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 ding.
That's the cover up the reviews.
In front of you there. Well, let's see who wants to be banned. Who wants to
I
be
think
banned?
the bad reviews are worth it in this case.
Yeah. You know what? Sometimes when the reviews are so bad, Joe, you creep into that, like, so bad it's good territory. Do you know what I mean? Like that
This
John
wasn't that,
Travolta
though.
movie a few years ago. Joe, just let me finish my point. What was it? What was
Amari.
the John Travolta movie where he plays the the
Gotti.
one where he plays the super fan? No. There was another one. He plays a super fan. Joe, you don't know about
The one that
this
Fred Durst
movie?
directed?
Yes, it's incredible. You have to watch it. Devin Sawa's
I think
in it.
it's
He
called
plays the celebrity.
Superfan, maybe?
Something like that. Here, let's look it up. Highly recommend. I had a friend of mine come over and we watched that.
I can't do it anymore. I can't watch. I only have time for good movies now.
The Fanatic. Yeah, no, I so do I. So it was a bit of an exception that I made. And it's a good time. There's a line very early on in that movie, one of the first lines of the movie that really set it apart.
Open
Okay,
here
you
from
gotta.
Brownie, 8-9.
Oh yeah, go with it.
Whoa, and a shove over the top of the under the gun open, and has picked a pretty
good,
well-timed
situation
for this. I don't know how your instincts can possibly be this good to be like, this is probably 8-9, all in. Oh my goodness, Yoni, very short themselves. It's a three-way all in.
6 for the nuts.
6 ends this. An 8 on the turn. Jack on the river. That is a triple up for Yoni. Everyone survives. That was a very bizarre hand. One of the times I wish it didn't go quite as fast.
Yeah, and it's weird. Like, I feel like, I don't know, help me out at home, everyone, but I feel like there should be some sort of way to celebrate this triple up for like 9-6 offsuit. Like this player that was blinding out and they were
That was a real disco hand. Canoopel is about to get 3-bet for all of it.
More than 3-bet. Yeah, it's going to be tough here. Just 9 big blinds, but it represents almost half your stack. Bounty's not that big. Canoopel's hearing that disco song in his head. It's just like, oh, this sounds like a party I'm not ready for. I didn't,
You're going to be dominated quite a bit here.
I'm not drunk enough for this disco party.
You're doing bad against almost every pair. You're going to be dominated a lot. You're flipping against all the hands that you're slightly ahead of. Good fold.
Well said, Joe. You're getting good at this. King, Queen of Hearts, Brawny, loving the action here with this. Happy to get in the last 2.5 big blinds of Escapitajo. and actually
Ooh.
plays it as a limp. Doesn't
Ha!
want to.
And Escapade Tahoe gets out of the
Not a
way.
big flop.
8-high flop. Gut shot draw for Thanks Faux Money. Backdoor clubs also.
Thanks for money, honey. Uh-oh. Thanks for money. Actually, quite
Seven
a
is
big
good.
bet. Yes, so it's coming 7 every time. Always 7.
Down to 26 entries. We did hit that $300 pay jump. We're approaching another one. This one for just over 400 if you can make it to 23rd.
Not the irony of 9-6 offsuit would have won there, which is Disco Yanni's fold with a straight. The irony of it not lost on us. And Disco Yanni going in for a little min raise on 13-14 big blinds and should work. Should get some folds from the blinds. The question is Escapitajo thinking about putting it in for the last 2 big blinds? No. Wants to find a different spot. Just 26 remain here.
Yeah, it's a little bit different beast here. You know, live poker these days, pretty much all big blind antes. So, you know, once you get through the small blind, you've got a long time you can wait before having to put chips in again. Unfortunately, online poker still has an ante every hand, so you don't quite have that same luxury. This Escapitajo is going to be forced all in pretty soon.
Quite a significant mistake here from Nas Naborbus. Just open shoving 20 big blinds. You gotta get people in there when you have those massive hands. They don't grow on trees. If they did, we would all have hand trees in our backyard and we'd be fine. But don't waste queens, just min raise. Mistake from Nas Naborbus. But now Amor with a chance to get even more chips and get back in this thing.
Can you move that bounty, please? Thank you. Move those chips so I can see the bounty. $383, the bounty there. And these are smaller bounties than we're used to seeing at this stage of the tournament. We just have to keep in mind that this is a half-price Sunday Million, which means only half of that goes towards the bounties. So, you know, we're starting at $25 bounties.
Everyone making some very good points on Twitch about the hand tree. Cards are made of paper, so they do grow on trees. Very good point. Point business, Pirate. I would like to invest in your business.
Whoa, look at Marco
Your
gifting
pirate
some
business.
subs to the community. Thank you, Marco. Pocket sevens for Thanks Faux Money. Going to run into some resistance at the very least from Disco Yanni. Canuple with ace deuce in the small blind.
More importantly, the ace 10 suited for
There we
fan
go.
favorite Yanni. He loves to dance and he loves to see 3. And sometimes he flops
And
top 2p.
Thanks for money. Maybe not going to dislike this flop all that much. Pretty tough to have something here. Once you get called, though, there aren't a ton of draws. And which leads me to believe it's going to be pretty tough to get someone to fold to a second barrel.
Oof.
And
And
now, no matter what sort of draws you had, sevens are losing.
Yeah, Queen Jack, Jack 9, Jack 7. And going to be pretty easy for you to find a fold with these 2 sevens, not even a spade. Meow, meow, meow.
Folds around to Canuple. Starts the hand with, what's that, 21 big blinds-ish? Folds. Folds ace-7 on the button. I guess if you're not going to go big, you go home. I've heard that somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think you just need to play this as a raise. You don't have to worry about playing for stacks. You have a nice blocker. You know, people are going to fold sometimes. You can't just give away spots. And I think that was a big
peel there from
mistake.
Queen 3. Let's go. Yanni thinking the 6 is good. Now a little perplexed as to what gets snap called.
Yeah, I hope that this is a plan from Nos Naborbus. The fact that they open shove 20 big blinds with queens has me thinking that maybe plans aren't always the thought process, but there is a big bet. And Disco Yanni's sitting there thinking, okay, if my opponent has a 9, I'm dead. Could have just called with something that was jacking it. And I'm willing to be bluffed by the bluffs. And that's exactly what happened. And then rewarded with 2 jacks.
Rewarded. We'll see what happens with these 2 jacks.
Because Joe knows what happens with 2 jacks. First of all, there's no right way to play him.
Jacks are actually amongst my favorite hand because it's a hand that it's never really that bad to get it in with jacks, right? I mean, depending on how many big blinds and stuff you're shoving for, but you're never like, oh, I should have folded jacks, you know, when I had 18 big blinds.
Right.
And then if you lose with them, it's not as heartbreaking because they were just jacks. So, no big deal. There's the all-in.
That was so trippy. I just read someone say on Twitch, I just shoved jacks, LOL, just as this guy shoved jacks, LOL. Just went boom, boom.
Scar does not have to call this off.
No,
it does
it's a
not.
bit too many chips. And actually, Scar should be grateful that it was over 5 million chips. Because if it was, you know, something like 4, 4.5 even, you might consider calling. Hope you're flipping. Late position. Scar coming after that bounty. And look at our boy, Nostabarabas. They want that bounty of $541. But look at Brawny, someone that I have said has been very careful with their stack, finds the perfect inflection point to shove a weak ace and get folds and find themselves increasing their bounty significantly. Beautiful work there from Brawny, who's my favorite for the rest of the tournament here. And
well,
people are
Brawny
gonna be gunning
was the
for
start
them.
of
That bounty.
day chip leader. They already had 2K in bounties before the day started. $550,000 total online earnings. Mid-stakes player. Second place and a $55 bounty builder for 12-9 is their biggest score ever. So they're on pace to beat that today.
Checking back with that mid pair is Disco Yanni, and it has provided some equity for Amari, who now turns that wheel draw and elects to go with a betting strategy. You know, Amari must be thinking, okay, I can set the price here on the turn, and maybe if I feel that my opponent has something like ace-queen or queen-10 that I can just shove the river, but does not, waves the white flag after setting that price, and a nice takedown for Disco Yanni.
All right, Griffin, you got it. Over to Brawny. Brawny, Yanni. Yanni, Brawny.
Brawny and
Thanks
Yanni.
for money. Yanni, Brawny, money. Brawny, money, Yanni. Yabala. Ace Jack under the gun for Canoopel. King Jack suited for Disco Yanni. And Pocket Kings for Nos Niboros. Yikes.
One more, Joe. One more, Joe.
The Neeners for thanks for money.
Pocket
King Jack
knife.
suited. Folds to the under the gun raise. Just a flat from Kings. Thanks for money with the big setup.
Thanks for money. Oh, no. Just call my friend.
The bear trap is open. Will it be triggered?
Sniff it out, man. Yes.
Just a
He
flat from the
sniffs it
nines.
out. He sniffs it out, and there's going to be a 9 on the flop because it's my favorite number. John Olerud, 1992 Blue Jays. Oh.
It's a jack high flop. This is absolutely terrible news for Canoopel. Bad canoes for Canoopel.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
He is going nowhere.
Oh, that is a big bet.
1.7 into 2.9, more than half the pot. This is not a particularly dangerous board, but Nisaboros does move all in, and Canoopel calls it off, drawing very thin. Turn is a 3. River is a 7. Canoopel is knocked out. Done in 25th place.
I stand
Well
by this
played from Nos Naboros, who is now not quite chip leader, but is the bounty leader. Worth the most money now.
And Amari, wow, finds the fold for 7 big blinds with 10 jack at the cutoff. A lot of people will tell you to just shove there.
Nice
now
trap,
Ditko
Nos.
Yanni, speaking of traps, probably won't have the balls to not 3-bet this, and it's just going to lead to a quick fold from Scar Shirley. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow.
GG Canoopel. He's long gone, Nos. I don't know.
Yeah, no,
Wow,
he's
now your
not
ball is
waiting in
another
the
GG.
lobby to see if you're still talking
Yeah,
about
right.
it, you know?
GG. Okay, everyone just GGing each other. That's cool.
That's fair.
King 9 under the gun for Brownie. Where's Raksha at? Is Raksha sick? A bunch of people got sick after UKIPT London. Queen 9 defends. Could be trouble. Brownie with a dominating 9.
Yeah, but not a situation where I think Nos Naborbus is going to get too crazy calling down, and not a situation where Brawny's really going to ever be trying to look for more than 1, maybe 2 streets of value if the board still runs out pure and gets another 2 checks from Nos Naboris. But see, the problem is that the turn and stuff is often going to be that. We're going to see some checks. And, you know, when the river bricks out again, another check, and Brawny will increase the stack up to over 1.1 million. But the queen on the river changes the whole plot.
So it's aces and 9s with a pair of queens as a kicker?
No, it's queens and aces with
Queens and 9s with the ace kicker.
No, aces and queens with a jack kicker.
Aces and queens with the 9 3 pairs.
I'm going to flip this desk. Wow. And I'm going to take your crank machine and I'm going to shove it in your ear.
Aces, queens, and 9s with a jack kicker. Okay, got it. Thank you, Uncle Jonesy. Thanks for money. Raising, nearly under the gun. UTG +1. King, queen off. Should get through. Well, please pass along my my well wishes to Raksha, who is still under the weather. I guess a lot of people got kind of ill from UKIPT London. We're all being exposed to colds and infections again, so I'm hoping I'm done. I got pretty sick myself. I felt terrible, Griffin, on the way back from London. I was like getting sicker and sicker as the flight went on, and we were sitting on the runway for about an hour before we were able to park at the gate, and I went through about 40 tissues, and I just felt terrible for the dude sitting next to me who just saw me just stuffing tissue after tissue to the back of the seat in front of me. Disco Yoni, all in, gonna be flipping against sixes.
Poker. Thank you, Joe. Amari waiting for that pay jump. But what he doesn't realize is There's a certain song
6 is
that
holding.
Gianni
is
wants
holding.
to. Oh,
Disco Yanni does not double up this time. Excuse me, does not eliminate Amari, who
put your
himself
dancing shoes away,
doubles
Joe.
up.
You too, Twitch.
What do you think of this comment here
Dancing shoes down.
from Kinley Hurt, who says, I want to buy Wit $100, same that Joe has taken. Tanks. Cool.
Okay, I think that Kindley Hurt wants to buy $100 worth of the same thing that you have taken. So, but like you're maybe because you were sick and now you're feeling better, and maybe they're not feeling well and they will want to spend money on feeling better. I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Griffin, that was the best interpretation of it I've heard so far. 5-6 has flopped a gut shot in this spot. Needs that 7. Queen on the turn does nothing but improve the chances of King High being good at showdown.
And a bet here should work against Thanks for Money. It's just a matter of finding the bravery to do it. And does in a large size and gets it done. Meow, meow, meow.
Pocket 5s for Scar. Lets him go. Jack 9 for the table chip leader. 4th in chips overall for Nos Niboros.
You know, I find it really interesting that Nos Naboros open shoved queens the first hand that they played at the table, but then very astutely trapped with pocket kings, creating a massive pot and eliminating the German favorite that the Twitch chat was raving about for hours.
What a flop here. A street flash board. 8 of clubs is live.
Ooh, and a big bet from Nos Naboros.
Nos Naboros takes down another pot. 24 players remaining. We are on another pay jump. $420. 420, dude.
Joe is quite rich in wit.
To wit.
You are quite rich in wit, but poor in decorum, Joe.
Queen Jack raising it up from Brownie. Yabala defending ace 10 off. 2 clubs on the flop. Ace of clubs for Yabala.
Yeah, definitely a flop you want to call a street on, but a lot of opportunity for Brawny to blast a hand like ace high off, and that's why we see such a smallish bet. Probably expecting, oh, Jabala!
Wow.
You are not a bala. You are the opposite of a bala. You gotta, if you're gonna call pre, you gotta call the 15-20% bet on the flop with the backdoor nut flush draw. You're folding too much.
A little limp shove fold for Scar. Nos Naboros.
Ooh,
UTG,
you know what?
Jack 10 off. Fold. Yes,
Joe,
Griffin.
you know what movie I
Yes.
watched the other day that was such a revelation? Because I kept seeing it on all these lists of
Save
like
it.
best.
Save it for the break. Save it for the break. We can talk. We can do a little movie talk. We got unfinished business in the movie
Am I being
department.
unprofessional?
No, not at all. We got 5
fine.
minutes to fill.
Pocket fours
Coming
here.
up.
All in from Amari. Disco Yanni gonna have to fold. No, I'm kidding. I'd love to talk about it on the break.
Because we
Okay,
talked
just-
about a movie the last the last time we were on stream together, and I have some closure for that story.
Oh my God!
All right, we are
Disco,
flipping.
do the disco. Doom, 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 doom. He calls it off. Wow, that was a big call with 10-9 suited. That would make Sam Grafton proud, Joe. Calling it off for about 13 big blinds with just 10 high, representing over half your stack. I mean, this is why we bounty, Joe. This is it.
It's really giving a lot of hope to people who want to make loose calls with suited connectors all over the world. Ace-8 still out in front after the 9 of hearts on the turn. Will we check this all the way to showdown, or will someone take a poke? There's a poke. And gets a slightly worse hand to fold. Landrino under the gun. King 9 off. No thanks. Queen Jack suited. Under 20 bigs.
Yeah, it's about 16 big blinds. I'd love to see just a shove here, but definitely not a fold. But we have seen some tight play from Jabala recently, and surely that will get through.
It does get through. And do call me Shirley. I like it. Pocket queens for Disco Yanni.
And Brawny needs to be careful here. We have seen Brawny proceeding pretty carefully and intelligently and not putting in money where it's not a guaranteed good spot. And this is exactly like one of those situations. You're facing a late position open. You have 20 big blinds. Sometimes you're going to think, okay, I need to shove on a particular player, but not on Disco, man. Not when the music is live.
Queen's holding. Queens need to fade an ace and do. There's another KO for Disco Yanni. Anti-fan says, Joe Stapleton, you look really tired. Is everything okay with you? How you're Finn. Anti-fan, you're looking very banned. Thank you for your comment.
22 million for Disco Yoni, the theme of the day, and loves bounties. So this shove probably going to be too much for Disco Yoni, but we saw 14 big blinds called with 9-10 suited. He just wants to dance, baby.
And a king high flop, 2 spades. And there is another knockout for Disco Yoni. Up to 29 million, first on the leaderboard by a significant margin.
30 million, just incredible work from Disco Yoni. Wants to
and
go
just
for
barely not the biggest bounty.
Yeah, I mean, most of these bounties... Listen, Joe, I don't know what Disco Yoni's bounty was before the 9-10 suited call. I just remember that after it, it was about $500 or $600. So a big influx of money. Maybe this is just the moment Disco Yoni's been waiting for. I just want some opportunities. Put me in, coach. And now Disco Yoni with the massive chip lead and just 18 players remaining, final 2 tables. Going to be someone to watch. Really exciting stuff.
Yeah, everyone now guaranteed over $1,400. Down to the final 2 tables.
Really curious if Disco decides to call in this spot with Jack 9 suited. It's a hand that plays pretty well. You're on the button. You know, you quite significantly cover your opponent who's playing off of about 23, 24 bigs. And we do see the call. I like it. Let's see 3. Let's see if we can win a pot.
C-bet should get it done.
Yeah, nice bet from Scar 10.
Fred Volpe, new to the table. Now that we're down to the final two tables, some folks seem to recognize Fred. Bagpuss says, guy's a legend. See him all the time in microstakes mixed games. Whoa, ace-10 snap fold in the small blind against the under the gun open. Tide caller.
Yeah, and that's the
bounty
power.
Leader.
It's the power of those early position opens. Is, you know, we did talk about some of the ways that you can play ace-jack because it's, but it's quite a significant jump from the hand like ace-10, which is doing so poorly against the pure under the gun range on, like, you know, the 20 big blinds. Nosnaborbis, what are you going to do here facing this 26 big blind raise? Place it as a 3-bet, and I think that's going to be the best way based off the actual hand strength of Nemsi. Surely can't continue other than a shove with ace-8 suited, and you don't really want to shove here with 17 left with little to no info, and that's why it's just strong 3-bet from Nosnaborbis, who's really cleaned up their play after that open shove the first hand we saw with those queens for 20 blinds.
Question here from Waterboat who asks, can you talk about how different the play is at this stage of the tourney compared to the beginning, maybe with regard to opens and ranges? Yes, we can. Thank you for your question. Open here from Nemsi, Queen Jack suited.
Yeah, and you can see ace queen suited there for thanks for money, playing about 25 big blinds. Effectively, you know, not quite as many as Nemsi has, and does play it as a 3-bet, kind of smallish. It is interesting. It's a pretty decent price for Nemsi, but you're really too short to be calling here. So, but Nemsi not feeling very respected at this table. We saw the 3-bet from Nosnaborbis with the king 10, and now that ace queen.
Well, just to note, we are on another page up now. So 16th pays 1461, 15th pays 2050. So you might want to take a couple extra seconds, see what's going on at the other table. Leandrino, King Jack. Fred with King 5 suited. Does this make a difference? Late position, King 5, and it's suited now.
Yes, definitely. It's a huge difference. Your opponent's not always going to have a better king here, so you're happy to just call, try to flop some spades or a king or a 5. Of course, here a king would be a death sentence for Fred Volpe.
10, 10, 4, 2 hearts, just one spade out there. Pretty tough to continue.
But don't count Fred Volpe out. I mean, I think this is a very particular situation where I wouldn't be surprised if Fred Volpe mixes in some check raises, just pops it up to about 1.5, does play it as a call instead, and you can see the difference in, an experienced player like Fred Volpe continuing on a flop like this with King 5 of spades, where we saw, you know, Jabala calling with the ace 10, folding with the ace 10, ace of clubs earlier on a dry board. So someone who's willing to, and wow.
Leandrino bets again, just totally fearless. I got to tell you, Griffin, I'm shutting down almost all the time when I get called on that board.
Yeah. But the thing is that Leandrino recognizes that Volpe's going to call the flop, and this is why it's such an amazing
baby!
Because Fred Volpe recognizes that Leandrino's going to think Fred Volpe has something like ace high, king high on the flop, and has to fold the turn. But guess what? I called with king 5 of spades, and now I have a flush draw, and I don't believe that you are betting $2 million on the turn here with a 10. So I'm all in, and that's what makes
Griffin, left or right?
I mean, I'm having a good... I'll take the left. I'm having a good time with Fred Volpe over here, you know?
All right, here we go. We've got some kind of weird 3 or 4 bet happening.
4 bet, yeah. I picked the wrong
suited.
table. We got thanks for money
Against
opening
two
the
tens
queen
of
jack off here at the cutoff.
Svenstein.
Very interesting hands, though, for Joe
Svenstein, these are
Stapleton.
two of the biggest stacks of the tournament. Folds the 2 10s. Great job.
What did we just watch on that table? Can we go back there? Are we going to see those guys later? That was insane. That made no sense.
We're going to see some of them later.
That end must have went 800 in mid position, 1.89 from the big blind, and then 4.2. Like, everyone played that hand not the way that they should. Funny.
They played it funny.
They're fun players.
This flush draw from LK ain't getting folded. Will it get raised sometimes? Yes, is the answer. Thanks, faux money. Ain't gonna like this.
Such an annoying spot for thanks for money, actually, because it's like, what are you repping here? What are you doing? You're flatting on the button and then raising me on 5-3 deuce. But because of those 2 spades, it's just very risky to just shove it in or something with the queen jack, click it back. You could just get shoved on or even called by a flush draw. So thanks for money just has to sigh, roll their eyes, and move on to the next one.
LK.
Fred with a great opportunity here on 32 bigs, hand range wise. Elects to just call with the edge of having these kind of chips now. You know, also wants to maybe induce some weak shoves from the blinds. Going to expect to get a lot of folds from LK when you just 3-bet. So I like this kind of sneaky, trappy, you know, don't have to get it in for 30 blinds against ace queen or something, but just keep those weaker hands in there, and already paying dividends. Very, very nice call. Just call from Fred Volp.
Fred's still in a good spot now with a full house.
Yeah, and LK not going to be feeling good about the state of this hand.
Well, it's not slowing down at all. This is a situation we have 2 9s. You're like, I call.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where I think that LK is really targeting, you know, maybe better aces, something like pocket 5s, pocket 4s. That's gonna really, you know, be faced with a tough decision. But
just kidding.
No.
Boom. Checks back just in case.
15 milli.
Just in case. Landrino opening king, queen offsuit.
Scar with the 2 5s. Not going to be easy to play as a flat here, but going to do it anyway. Hoping to get an advantageous flop and a passive razor.
King, queen misses. 5's got to be feeling pretty good. 4-5 somehow has no piece of this.
Very aggressive bet size from Scar, wanting to, you know, protect against those kind of hands. Fold like Leandrino has. Yeah, but surprising, like you said, the Disco Yanni just completely not on base. That's really all over the big blind's range there.
Pocket 9s, UTG for Leandrino. Sub 20 big blind stack makes it $1 million.
Yeah, 2.5x raise. Definitely on the bigger side than what we're used to seeing. Shouldn't, I expect, get pretty much any action from anyone here. So this might be a... Let's move on to the next hand scenario. But Fred Volp actually taking a little time. Never count Fred out. Certainly one of the more experienced and talented players left in this field.
And that does get the job done. Disco Yoni has taken a few
Meow, meow,
hands
meow.
off.
Meow, 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 meow.
And will get the opportunity to raise on the button. Leandrino does have a defendable hand. Flops top pair. Second pair for Yoni. Nice spot for Leandrino. Yoni continues small. Is going to get the information they're looking for by that snap call. 8 of spades on the turn.
Yeah, not a pot I expect to get too out of line, but depending on what the river is, Leandrino can really go for some value. I think it's going to be difficult for Leandrino to look for value on this particular river. If it was a brick on the river, maybe just bet out like 30% pot. Maybe you get called by Queen Jack that thinks you could have missed hearts. Does go for value anyway. And a quick call from Mr. Yoni. No. Think about it.
Time for the second break of the day. What a wild session that was. We saw Disco Yoni go from 800K to almost 30 million in about 30 hands. Disco Yoni now second in chips. 23 million, just barely nosed out by Lose Control, who is in the top spot. Let's take this opportunity to welcome back Mr. James Hardigan.
Well, Joseph, I have a couple of questions, but first,
Sure.
a member of our audience has a question. Salty B, watching on YouTube, has clearly come across the stream of an online poker game on the PokerStars YouTube channel and asks, what poker site do they use? So clearly those marketing dollars are really working. Joe, you referenced the fact that you were in London just over a week ago. I guess that was your kind of poker vacation, not in London to work, but to play the UK IPT. And I guess we'll talk about that on this week's podcast, and I'll hear what happened in the main event. Spoiler alert, I know you're not a UK IPT champion. But I'm interested in what you did last week. Were you telling Griffin during that session that you got sick?
Yeah, like as my flight, so I could feel myself starting to get sick when I was in the UK. I could feel like I get sinus infections, and I know what they feel like, and I just wasn't able to get any medicine while I was there. So as my plane is landing back into Los Angeles, my whole head is so congested, and I'm dripping, and I was supposed to see Maria that night. My car was parked at her house. I went, and I was like, Maria, don't get near me. Just give me my car keys. I'm going home. And so luckily you were on vacation. I had almost no responsibilities last week. And whatever I had, that sinus infection, hit me worse than COVID did. And so COVID had me out for like a day. This, I couldn't move. I just couldn't do much for about Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, barely on Thursday started feeling better. But the good news was, because you're on vacation, because I was ill and my girlfriend was out of town, I just did nothing but watch television and movies for a few days. And I did appreciate that break.
Yeah. Griffin and I talked a little bit earlier on about some of the stuff that's been on recently, or some of the stuff that we've watched. Again, I imagine there's a lot you'll probably want to talk about on this week's podcast when we record on Wednesday.
Yes, except there was one thing I wanted to bring up specifically with Griffin. So Griffin, on the last stream we did, recommended a movie called Cop Shop by Joe Garnahan with Frank Grillo and what's the guy's name? Not Russell Crowe. Gerard Butler. And it's one of those it's one of those locked-in movies. I watched it on the flight to England, and I liked it, so I wanted to say thank you to Griffin. But also, I wanted to say F you to Griffin, because I told two of my friends I liked it, and one of those friends did not like it and came back and acted like I had given him a really terrible movie recommendation, where all I did was say that I liked it. Griffin, you had a movie you wanted to bring up.
Oh no, that was just a throwaway. I just realized that I watched this. I don't even know if it really be your thing, but Treasure Planet. I'd never seen it before. I saw it in a bunch of like best of animated movie lists, and that somehow I missed it. It's a Disney movie, and
That's
it was
old,
really
right?
Yeah, it was from like 2000. It was really quite lovely. Aged really well. Really amazing sort of like adventure. Done by the same guy who did like Moana years later and stuff. I was really surprised.
Oh.
It's just, somehow missed it. As someone who watches all the Disney movies with my girlfriend,
Yeah.
somehow we'd never seen it, so we found this little gem. It was really great.
that era of Disney movies is kind of regarded as a bit of a kind of weak patch, right? That you kind of had that boom in the early 90s with movies like Aladdin and The Lion King, and then after Tarzan, it kind of like trails off a little bit, and you then get the revival at the end of the 2000s, I guess, when John Lasseter comes in as kind of creative director, and you get like Bolt and you get Tangled. But there's one or two during that period which aren't awful. I've never seen Treasure Planet, so it's interesting to hear that you liked it.
A lot, actually. It was interesting because I saw it on a bunch of like very like sort of overlooked animated movies lists. Like I kept seeing it pop up. I'm like, okay, let's just watch this thing. And I thought it was like actually quite special, like the animation and like just the world building. It was a real interesting sort of like hero versus villain thing, like really good conflict. And I really loved it a lot. It's great.
Well, I'll tell you what, Griffin, you have earned yourself an hour-long break. So Joe and I will handle things. I'll be honest with you, by this point in time, I thought we might be at the final table. We are still at 2 tables as we return to the action after the 5-minute break. 2 tables of 8, 16 remaining in this week's Sunday Million. $54.50 buy-in. Prize pool guaranteed at $1 million. Actual prize pool $1,184,600 with nearly 24,000 entries in this half-price edition of the Sunday Million. It is a progressive knockout format. The little target symbol, you'll notice next to that is the number, the bounty, the cash prize you will win for eliminating that player. And back to our feature table. And yeah, quite the ride for Disco Yanni. Enjoyed that last session.
Yeah, that was really cool. I know that you were being more conservative with the disco button, but I figure with a run like that.
No, to be honest with you, there was only really the opportunity to do it once. And also, I kind of like sometimes keeping Griffin lean and mean. You can't always give him what he wants.
Don't I know it? I mean, it really is. The metaphor about like who's in charge, right? Like whether it's mommy or uncle daddy in charge. It's just like you give Griffin an inch, he takes a mile. This is why you gotta have structure with a boy like him.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Jinxed Out says you must update James on PK Heftig. What happened to PK Heftig, Joe? I missed that one.
They're out.
Okay.
Mort says, I mean, Coachella just finished, so disco is appropriate. You think Coachella is over? Day 3 right now. Weekend 2 next weekend. Coachella is far from over.
Oh my God, how have we not thought of this? Joe, there's a guy called Arbnot on YouTube who's exposed a massive problem with what we're doing.
Oh,
how can they show the cards open if the tournament is running live? The players can watch this and see the whole cards.
I was thinking the same thing. I just didn't want to. I thought it'd be awkward if I brought it up. So you're reading it. I guess they all just agree, right? Not to say anything.
I think we're relying on the honor system here. I mean, do we not need to kind of get them to sign something, or are we just going to basically hope?
I think they tick the box, right? Disco Yanni getting a little nuts here. It looks like we're going to be flipping for thankful money's money.
And here we go, off to the races. Sevens holding, not anymore. Queen on the turn. It is a double up for thanks for money, and we are switching to the other table. A reminder, we are down to the final 2 tables, and Loose Control is here with a stack of 24 million. That is the current chip leader.
I kind of feel like the queen is the 9 of face cards, so in a way, both of these players have a piece of this.
Eugene Chev has ace-5 suited.
Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal. Come on, more like Eugene Shove. Eugene, shove. Eugene raise.
Doesn't quite have the same ring to it.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
So let's just
Here we go.
pretend that last hand didn't happen. So
Right, yep.
sitting with pocket nines is Eugene Chev.
Oh, come on, King 7. What the are you doing? Okay, go.
With pocket nines, it's Eugene Chev.
More like Eugene shove. Eugene shove.
We tried, guys. We tried.
You can still fold now, right? Is that why you did this? You can get away from it? Come on, you can get away from this now. You're never good here. Eugene, basically a shove. Thank you, X-Spec.
We'll fix it in post.
Yeah, sure we will.
Just add that line.
Cluter's asking, what is this? Lol. He's trying to see if there's a bust out on the other table.
Yeah.
Totally understandable.
Money jump coming. And that money jump has occurred because Eugene's out.
Yeah.
KO'd in 16th place. So in addition to the bounties that Eugene won, he's going to cash out for $1,461 in prize money. Now we get the jump. Everyone's guaranteed 2K. Table
That's
of 8,
cool.
table of 7. Yeah, absolutely.
That's a
We're
big deal.
Getting to the decent sums of money now. I mean, look, a win's a win, but... Ooh, ace on the turn, and that's another KO. Ronaldo out. Now we're down to 14 players.
I mean, think about it. You know, let's say you're me, and you paid $50 to enter this tournament, and now you've cashed for 2K. Like, that's pretty good. That's really fun.
So Schmadidas here is now second in chips with 30 million. We've got the two biggest stacks at this table, Joe. Lose Control and Schmadidas, both around the 30 million mark.
I'm not correcting you, but you say Schmadidas. I say Schmadidas.
Meanwhile, all in Octi is looking for an ace.
Oh, man. It's just so many ways to bluff this, though. Yeah. It's so hard to call here with tens. It's a tiny bet. Oh, good. Good for you. Okay. You're going to be so happy when you see this. Yeah, there you go, Schmadidas.
And Schmadi is now number one. The Lithuanian player is in the catbird seat.
Do you think if you choose to call yourself Schmadidas or Schmadidas, do you love Adidas? Do you hate Adidas?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, come on. Your poker handle is a tattoo, right? Like it's on your body forever. Just wonder where people come up with some of this stuff. Nice try, Alan Octi. Oh no!
Uh-oh. And it's another KO. Well, I mentioned that I was surprised they weren't at the final table already. They are doing their best to get there as quickly as they can. Down to 13 now, and we have our first player with more than 40 million. And Schmadi's now worth more than $2,200.
Do you think Schmadidas is like some big football player who has like a Nike contract? That makes sense.
I struggle to name football players from my own country, let alone Lithuania.
Yeah, I guess that makes it a little harder. Hold on, if he's from Lithuania, Schmadinas might actually just be a name there.
There's a lot of analysis of this online handle going on. We've got 9s and 7s. And ace high for the second biggest stack, loose control.
It's so hard to fold this. You got the jack of clubs, you got the gut shot, you got top pair now, yikes.
Uh-oh.
I mean, Schmadinas isn't really supposed to have many 8s, not supposed to have 7-9 for that matter.
Schmaddy has a lock on this. Nearly 8 million in the middle. Loose control, still with top pair, top kicker, which is no good. Checks
Yeah, I
it.
mean, it's not...
Wow. Checks it back. It is a straighty board, I get that. 45 million now.
Yeah, it's not a board where you can really value about top pair that often, even though Schmadinas isn't supposed to have that many 8s.
Five points out. We are way past hand analysis. We're into Lithuanian linguistics now. It's an educational experience. What can I say? You never know what each week's going to bring.
Well, this race seems to have been settled relatively quickly. Top pair for Schmadinas. Bet small is going to keep those 5s in maybe. Nope.
Svenstein 99 lets the 5s go.
I mean, that's a way to cover your memes. It's always coming Sven and the Stars Nuts in one screen name.
So the raise from taxation with King Jack offsuit. Schmaddy with 9-5 in the big. Lets it go. Oh, there's something funny I need to tell you about from YouTube, but let's just see how this hand plays out, because loose control is open with the Grafton, 10-9 suited. Schmaddy, Queen 9 on the button, Queen 9 of diamonds, meanwhile taxation in the big blind with Ace 3 of diamonds. So the flat from Schmaddy. And
oh boy.
We've got a couple of flush draws here, plus the wheel draw for taxation, who has near enough 80% equity.
Right now winning with ace high.
Absolutely. No good flush draw for Schmaddy, who bets nearly 1.4 million.
I mean, this is sometimes a candidate for a raise. Bingo.
And is it all going to go in on the flop? How fast does Schmaddy want to play? There's no good diamond draw.
Oh my
Here
goodness.
We go. Taxation, huge favorite.
No!
The offsuit 9 on the river.
No!
Sees taxation KO'd, and Schmaddy up to nearly 60 million. Overwhelming chip leader with 12 players remaining. Joe, the second biggest stack is Loose Control, who's got 26 million. This is a monster chip lead with 12 left.
That's the worst thing I've seen in a long time, and I just watched the movie Queen Pins.
So, you know how we obviously have our fantastic moderators on Twitch, people like Raksha and Tom, who basically keep everyone in line. There's a certain amount of automation going on over on YouTube, with YouTube's version of Nightbot leaping in anytime someone does not speak in English to remind them, please keep the chat English only. The problem is that people who are typing in English occasionally are guilty of poor sentence structure, typos, misspellings. So this goes off literally every 30 seconds, and very few comments don't get flagged by Nightbot as being told to please keep it English. For example, Arsenal Bowler writes, well, Alan did end up all in indeed. Nightbot snap responds, please keep the chat English only. Guys who are desperate for us to go to the other table, we will switch when there's significant action, don't worry. But we have got a player here who's built up a phenomenal chip lead, who is ruling this thing with 60 million. That's why we're following this table right now.
Yeah, I mean, if we had missed that offsuit 9 thing, granted, I didn't need that. I didn't need that in my life. But we live in a car crash culture. And if we had missed that disgusting river card, I don't know what I would have done. Oh, sneaky, sneaky.
So if you are interested in what's happening at the other table, by the way, Disco Yoni, one-time chip leader, who started this session, I believe, second on the leaderboard, is now one off the bottom. Yes, Disco Yoni is 11 of 12 with a stack of 9 million right now.
Sometimes we run good, sometimes we run bad. Fenstein finally going to try to get some value here with an overbet. Can't get the call from King High. Ace Jack under the gun for Tide Caller. Was the chip leader for some time. Now everyone dwarfed by Schmeditas.
Yeah.
Raise and take it.
I think Tidecaller 8 had the chip lead at one point. Yeah, that's the player from Greece.
Yeah.
So with 12 remaining, we've got 2 tables of 6 right now. Field will merge when we're down to the final table of 9. Blinds recently went up to 300,000, 600,000, and the average stack right now is 19.7 million.
Just waiting for Schmeditas to open things up. Maybe slightly deterred by loose control and Tidecaller being to the immediate left. Tidecaller with about 30 big blinds. Lose control with a couple more than that. You'd rather have LK on your left.
Guys, we will switch tables when there's significant action. Anyone else who whines about wanting to see Disco, I'm going to start banning people because you're starting to annoy me.
Uh-oh.
King, Queen, still ahead. Carl, you were warned. But ironically, we're switching.
Too good. Top pair here for Dempsey. Not a lot to hang out here for if you're Landrino. Not a lot to hang out here for if you're anybody.
Woof.
I like that.
Aces.
That last ace just flicking out a little late. At least on my screen. Oh, boo.
Ace king on the button for thanks foe money.
Somebody should tell Griffin that Lent is over and he can crank it if he wants.
We gave Griffin a machine.
That's a good point. I might have to go crank it.
Hello, it's me, says Joe. I just got a call from Disco. He didn't tick the box, and he's now checking everyone's hole cards.
No. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. JM Remote says Joe seems to be on have been on one heck of a bender. JM Remote, you're on one heck of a bender. You man. Thank you for your comment. Looks like we're gonna see at least one person get involved here, right? Yes.
It's a flip. Ace 10 against fours, and it's the ace 10 at risk. Fours holding. 10 on the river. Scar gets the double up, and that is going to leave Nosny pretty short. A tiny stack.
I don't see how you can get away from this. Oh wait, no, of course you can't given this action. What am I nuts? Missed that opening raise.
Yeah. Andrino making it 1.5 million. Nemsi shoving with ace queen. And poor old Nosny on life support in the hyper danger zone right now.
Danger zone.
King 9 opens, 8-7 flats, 10-9 flats. Let's go four-way to the flop. Come on, Leandrino, let's do this.
Let's see 1/3 of the total field take a flop here.
Yes.
Hey!
And it's 10-9 that flops best. It's Disco Yanni with top pair. Two pair if you want to be pedantic.
We do.
Thanks, Faux Money, betting 1.3 into 5.4. And Disco Yoni likely to call.
I don't know about
maybe
call. I think
raise.
Sometimes you're just all in here.
And it's a win for Disco Yoni.
James Isildur TV loves us to his commentators. Thank you.
Thank you, Isildur. It's been a long time since we've seen you at the tables.
Mm-hmm. Fold.
And I mean, Nosny has three hands, right? Four hands.
Both players flop a 5.
They do. But Thanks for Money has the better 5.
Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
Delicious. Jinx Stout says, speaking of Danger Zone, saw the trailer for Top Gun 2 this weekend. I feel like I saw that trailer 3 years ago. This is one of those movies that's been pushed back like multiple times, right?
Yeah, when we had John Hamm on the podcast, there was like a bunch of things I wanted to talk to him about.
Yeah.
Top Gun 2 being one of them. We went down the Fletch route instead because I feel like Fletch I've heard less about.
Jack 9 suited versus Queen Jack suited. And Queen High still ahead.
And the diamonds are pretty ahead as well. I don't even know what that means, but you get what I'm saying.
OG Wet Noodle, I genuinely don't understand the question. Are y'all still fairly active in commentating? Please don't crucify me. I'm genuinely curious. I watch a lot of old stuff. What are we doing right now? We are actively commentating.
Are we actively commentating now? I think maybe what they're asking is, are we still making TV shows?
I mean, that's a very non-specific way of... If that was the intention, it's a very...
Don't crucify.
I'm not crucifying. I'm confused.
I think that it's... A lot of times something is very obvious to us because we're in it and we live it, and people are like, oh, hey, Stapes, like, haven't seen you on any of the Poker Go streams for a while. And I just want to be like, I've literally never been on a Poker Go stream. Like, I don't know what you could possibly be talking about. And I just think that people kind of, it's less obvious sometimes what we've done and when it was recorded and what the difference is between a live event and a TV show and an online thing. So to answer your question as least trolly as possible, if what you like watching, oh my goodness. Sorry.
This was inevitable. I mean, let's be honest. It was the other hand that really did most of the damage. Poor old Nosny was on borrowed time. And we are down to 11 now.
Time. So anyway, right now we still do this every week, more or less. We do a podcast every week. We've got some live events coming up in just a couple of weeks. We're going to Monaco. A couple of months after that, we'll be in Barcelona. A couple of months after that, we'll be in Prague. And then we've got another hand happening here. Top pair for Thanks for Money. And I would expect that at some point along the way, if what you like watching are like hour-long cut-downs of highlight shows, that some of those will be in the works by the end of this year as well. I don't know if you'll be able to see them by the end of this year, but I think that there'll be something that we'll be able to put out there by next year at the latest.
Yeah, well, as we referenced earlier on, we do have the TV shows. I mean, the last event that we were able to televise was the PSPC, the PokerStars Players Championship, which took place in the Bahamas in January of 2019. Now, those TV shows aired in a lot of places, including the UK, the USA, and Canada in 2020, but they've not been seen in some countries, and they've certainly never been on YouTube before. So this summer, those shows are going to be making an appearance on the PokerStars YouTube channel, and that will kind of, I guess, shine a spotlight on that event that happened back in 2019 as we are qualifying people for the next PSPC with more platinum passes to be won between now and January of next year when that event comes to the Bahamas once again.
Remember earlier, just a moment ago, where I said I don't think people really understand what we do?
Yeah.
So I think that this fella here, Jamie Zero, who said, he probably was looking for the fact you just did UKPT. So we did not do the UKIPT. We did not do any commentary, no live stream. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Thank you for your comment.
And you're banned.
We got some hands here finally. And we got a probably pretty shallow average stack, don't we? Yeah. This is not going as fast as it should be.
Ace
Flipping.
King versus tens. It is a race and a set of tens. And that is going to be a double up. 22 million for Leandrino and 8 million for Scar. Average stack right now is 21 million. Blinds are 350,000, 700,000. This is getting pretty shallow right now.
Oh boy. Domination situation.
Yeah. And the straight draw on the turn, but no help on the river. So after two hands, Scar loses most of their chips, then gets KO'd, and we are down to 10, and now we are hand for hand. Next elimination will take us down to the final table. Loose control's just been moved, so that we have 2 tables of 5.
Scar loses to Disco.
I like that. I appreciate the musical reference.
I like any joke about Ska makes me laugh. It's just so it's just such like the redheaded stepchild of musical genres.
Not a big Madness fan then.
It is quite literally my least favorite kind of music. It's just noise. Blah 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 blah. That's it. That's look. There are some mighty boss tones. They've got some tunes, right? That's fine. I'm talking about real. You know, they sort of bridge the gap between ska and pop and sort of, you know, whatever it is, swing music. Yeah, okay, Uncle Jonesy. Ska is the noise a 14-year-old hears in his head when they eat mozzarella sticks. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Here we go.
Against a set. And thanks for money. How much money can they get off Nemsi here? I mean, in an ideal world, you're looking for the full double up, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you are. And at this point, you cannot lose.
Ryan Spence is offering to pay you, Joe, to be your personal assistant.
He's going to pay me to be my assistant.
Correct.
I don't know. Not sure ethically that really flies.
It's not just ethics. You also have to question someone who's willing to pay to do a job. It's like, what are your qualifications?
Full boat now for thanks for money.
And with less than pot behind, can shove river and hope to get a call from Nemsi. There we go. And does Nemsi call here with a king?
It's tough to get paid here now.
Yes.
Woo, got him.
Full double up for thanks for money, up over 30 million now. And we've got ace, queen versus ace, jack. And we had a situation where Scar went in back-to-back hands. Could happen to Nemsi here. A domination situation. Disco Yoni with a decision with fours. Trivial fold. Lose control, calls, and Nemsi's in trouble. Nemsi needs help. Nemsi's out.
Nemsi had out.
That is a KO.
Now is out.
And that is going to take us to the final table. And here we go. Congratulations to the final 9. And now the field has merged, Joe. We can see that our friend Schmaddy has held on to that chip lead. Has the Snowmen's here.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
And a stack of over 65 million.
Thanks for money. Just flatting with 2 jacks. Does not want to get into a huge all-in situation with an under-the-gun razor that can bust them. Oh, my goodness.
Hearts, though.
Svenstein must be so mad right now.
Poor Sven.
Little half pot, lead out, C-bet. Oh, that's going to be an action killer.
Yeah.
Pretty much anything under the gun that Jax was doing well against, not doing so well now.
So let's just do our geographical tour of the final table while we are still 9-handed. Thanks for money with jacks again. Huh. Sven Stein 99 is the shortest stack coming into this FT. Sven playing from Canada. Then we have IKD15. Sounds like one of those robots in Star Wars. Argentina. IK is playing from. Tidecaller 8 is from Greece. Disco Yoni playing from Finland. We have 2 Brazilians at the final table. It's kind of in the rules, I believe. Fred Volpe and Leandrinho, both playing from Brazil. Thanks for Money is the other Canadian at this FT. Loose Control playing from Austria, and Schmedidas from Lithuania. Those are your final 9 from a starting field of 23,692.
In my mind, Loose Control is Sylvain Loosely. Got to be feeling a little bit better about jacks this time around.
Yeah.
Especially when the pot gets pushed to you.
Nice.
Oh boy, this is optimistic. Raising Jack 10 off. Under the gun +1 in a full ring with the big stacks. The biggest stack in the small blind.
Loose by name, loose by nature.
Yeah, I guess so. There's a flat from King Queen. Schmaditas, yeah, I think that's a pretty easy call there with those sorts of pot odds. And Jack 10 flops best.
Thank you to our friend Finton Hand for the viewer dump. Welcome
Hey,
to the 615 Easy with Aces fans who are now being forced to watch this.
Well, we're big Finton fans here, so we've got that in common. Nice try here with 2 5s who now turn a straight draw. And bets again. Bets nearly half pot. Lose control with by far the best of it, but has to be a little bit weirded out by this constant aggression from Schmaditas. I mean, you're going to have worse jacks sometimes. Schmaditas misses. I mean, really all you can be up against here is what? A set of 4s, a set of 6s, and I guess a better jack. But there's not a lot of better jacks that aren't going to 3-bet that, right? So you can kind of take some of the ace jacks out.
Well, that narrows the gap between first and second. 62 million, 45 million. Sven still the short stack at the table with 11 big blinds. And here comes Schmaddy on the button with Queen 8. Ace, Jack suited, and that is an all-in from Tide Caller 8.
Easy shove. Time to make the chimichangas.
Joe, no more Mexican food references. You know the rules.
That was a Mexican food reference, but a Deadpool reference first. That's one of Deadpool's catchphrases.
You really think you're going to get away with that as an excuse?
Nom nom. Nom nom.
Snowmen's. Not Seb on YouTube predicts a Brazilian will win. Nightbot responds, please keep the chat English only.
There's one piece of AI I'm not worried about becoming self-aware.
If it does, it's just going to basically stop us all from being able to say anything.
That's right. Schmaditas seems pretty intent on giving some of these chips back.
I was going to say, Schmaddy, slow down. You can't hit every flop. And Schmaddy does let it go on the river. And we're on to the next hand.
Ted Color. Tempted maybe. Folded in late position. All the good stuff's to your left. Good job.
It's a fair question from Jack in Acid Poker. Anyone still in on their first bullet? 1, 2, 3, 4 of the players at the final table. Sven, IK, Disco Yoni, and Schmaddy all in on their first bullet. And then Tide Caller,
that's cool.
Fred Volpe, Leandrino, Thanks Faux Money, and Lose Control in on their second. No one in for more than $109.
Thanks for money. In big trouble here.
Oh, really big trouble now. because they are going to be forced to listen to us trying to synchronize. Disco betting 2.5 million. And it is a straighty, flushy board, Joe.
I think you have to just call here.
Any chance Thanks for Money folds the river? Nope, calls. So it's a chop pot, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. I've been told that was acceptable. I'll leave you to police it. If you feel that anyone's being too harsh or too unoriginal in their comments, feel free to swing the hammer, Joseph.
It's all right. It's all right. We got a hand here. Man, isn't this always the way? Like, you got Queen 10, relatively late position, offsuit. You're like, oh, this is really right on the line. I'm in late position. I got some chips. And then you just run into three better hands.
Okay, I'm taking action. A. Borgen says, I don't love a chop pot.
Ooh. So, really nice squeeze spot for Fred. Picks up
Lines
a nice pot
400,000, 800,000.
All right, so
And
800,000 means 24 million is 30 big blinds, right? Is that right?
Yes, correct.
So,
And we've got some pairs here, Joe. Jacks, fours folded, fives, king jack in the big blind. Well, it's jacks versus fives, and jack's good on this 10 high flop.
and this is where you get into some problems with the fives, right? You can convince yourself you need to see another card here. You're ahead of all the paint. You're ahead of king, queen, and ace, king, and ace, queen, and ace, jack, and all the things that would raise in that position pre-flop. Now this ace comes, and you're like, I was good until the turn. Nope.
Joe, if you want to converse with the audience, you can do it verbally.
I just figure we're in the middle of this hand. Jacks would be good. Sorry, I can answer this one, sure. The other Ben S says, you guys think VR poker will become a thing? It is a thing. It's free on Oculus and on Steam, I believe. And it's really fun. It's super, super fun. It's pretty dang close to playing live poker.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Wow, fives pay a little bit there.
So still nine-handed at this final table as we see King 10 open, but the chip leader has ace king. Big slick, as I like to call it.
Ah, I like that. This feels like just a fold. Yeah.
See, this is the
Nitzilla
kind of logic
yeah.
I can get behind. Nitzilla says, I'm rooting for Tidecaller because they're sitting where I usually sit. That is a perfectly sound, justifiable reason. And this is
Strong.
not looking good for the people's
Oh,
champion.
my goodness.
Disco Yoni has picked up kings at the worst possible time because Schmaddy's got aces.
One king folded.
Ace is all in. King's call. Ace is holding. Ace is good. It's a KO. One last time. Let's hear it for Disco Yawning. First player out from the final table, a 9th place finish. That's 4K in prize money plus bounties. We are down to 8.
The last days of disco. And I like seeing those chips go over to Schmaditas. I like it when there's a dominant force. Schmaditas hasn't really been playing super aggro.
Yeah. You just reminded me, I really like that film, The Last Days of Disco.
I don't think I saw it.
I want to watch it again. Not now, obviously, but... So Schmaddy up to nearly 80 million now, has that monster chip lead once again, plus is worth nearly 3.5K. Not that anyone can claim that bounty yet.
Yeah, I don't know what the right move here is with Queen Jack. I'm not sure. It's
Yeah.
limp folding, though.
So who got the ladder? Sven, right? Sven, who's playing and has been playing fewer than 10 bigs for a while. IK also less than 800. Sorry, that 8 million. So they both ladder up by virtue of that cooler.
Now we're going to see how you're supposed to play Queen Jack. A little bit easier as the second chip leader into two people you have covered. Schmaditas, ace-8.
Playing this big stack, Joe, and picking up the aggression once again.
Yeah, this is what I like to see. Ace-8 not terribly wide to open as chip leader. Huh. I mean, on the one hand, you've got everyone left in the hand covered, so I kind of understand it, but man, 4 players to get through and nobody wakes up with like some big ace or a pair is weird. There you go. The Seesaw says that was a weird jam. Dozy Poke says, beautiful jam, honestly. What a matchup this would have been with another club. 2 pair, though, for King Queen.
And it's good. Martin Samuel says, James, I told my mates in the UK about Green Street Hooligans, and they had no idea. I'm 36. Good for you. Is it not a big film there? I'm aware of a film called Green Street with Elijah Wood, which came out in like the mid-2000s.
I think it was called Green Street Hooligans here.
Right, okay. Assuming it's that movie, yeah, it's just called Green Street in the UK.
So, hooligans is a word that's like kind of funny to us, but it's not to you guys, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Ace-3 at risk. Ace-3 is going to survive because this is a chop pot. And Joe, you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
I think I went early on that one. Sorry. Domination situation, but it's a queen on the flop.
And Sven is going to double up and survive. And that is going to take us to the break. So during that session, we got to the final table. And in fact, we've already had one elimination from the final table. We are down to 8 players. And it is Schmadidas, or Schmididis, however you want to say it, from Lithuania, who has the chip lead right now. 77.8 million. And still a couple of shorties in the field as well. Just a 5-minute break in the action, and we will get back to it. The word, just to carry on that conversation, yes, hooligans generally is referring to football hooligans in this context. People who ally themselves to a sport or to a particular team with the sole intention of creating a kind of tribe around it, which is an excuse for them to take part in gang violence. So that is how many people would view that word, and that's why it generally has a negative context here.
Yeah, it's probably more like the way we would think of the word gangbanger, right? Like, that's like a pretty nasty, violent person. Whereas hooligans, that's like, hey, get out of here, you hooligans, is something we would just kind of like laugh off as like a funny word to describe someone that's like mildly annoying to you, and not what you guys see.
Yeah. So I mentioned to Griffin earlier on, I went through Narcos Mexico Season 3. I watched the Jimmy Savile documentary, which I recommended to you as well, although you've got to be in the right frame of mind to watch it. It's not easy viewing. It's not comfortable viewing. It's not light entertainment by any stretch of the imagination. I feel I'm behind on a lot of TV shows and movies. What is available to watch at home? Obviously, I get to the cinema where I can, and I did go and see the Batman not that long ago. But what is available via streaming services and on demand that you would recommend, having been at home sick, just watching stuff for the last week and a bit?
Do you want movie or do you want TV?
Both. Give me movies first.
Okay, movies first. Some people may not have liked this, but I liked Death on the Nile. I thought it was quite good fun.
Okay, so I'll be honest with you. This is the second Hercule Poirot movie that Kenneth Branagh has done, right?
Yeah.
I was not a huge fan of Murder on the Orient Express, his version of it. I liked the original. I felt his version was really bland and really boring, despite a stellar cast. I don't really remember the Peter Ustinov version of Death on the Nile, so I don't know what to expect from this. But does he still have that ridiculous moustache?
Yes, and I'll just say there's some backstory on the mustache that they go into a little bit in this one. I think Death on the Nile is slightly better. Given what's come out about Armie Hammer, that is a little bit tough, to be like, oh yeah, I remember everything about him that's come out. But it's pretty enjoyable, pretty fun, pretty light. I would watch a Hercule Poirot movie like every year or every other year. I have no issues at all. I just like a good mystery and a good quirky detective. So I like that a lot. Severance is completely out now. If you want to binge Severance as a TV show, it's fantastic. It's really creepy and interesting.
Of April, my Apple TV subscription expired. And to go back to the conversation we were having earlier on about people cutting down on the number of subscriptions, I'm kind of like, that's the one I just feel that I can't really justify. I just don't have the time to be watching stuff on their platform. And if it's really, really good, maybe buy another month and just watch that show.
Maybe wait till the next season comes out, because it does end on a bit of a cliffhanger. So maybe you just go back to it. I know that you used to do that sometimes with HBO or whatever. You would wait until there was something you actually wanted to watch and then resubscribe.
Yeah.
And then, because I've been wanting to watch this for a while, my girlfriend was out of town and she never really was feeling that into it. I watched finally. It's not that new, but their second season's like coming out next week or this Wednesday or something. Russian Doll, which is a format we've seen before. It's like Groundhog Day. It's like the other one, Palm Springs. where she keeps repeating the same day over and over again. But Natasha Lyonne is so good in it, and much like Hercule Poirot, I would watch any show that the character she's playing as the lead. I would love to see this character just go solve mysteries or something. She's just really, really incredible and holds her own as like a lead in any TV show that I feel bad that I slept on it for so long.
Okay, I should say that what I believe is the final season of Better Call Saul is on from this week, so I'm very excited about that.
Yep.
And also, producer Chris reminded me that Dune has premiered on Sky in the UK. I mean, I saw it when it came out to rent. I thought it was fantastic, and I can't wait to see the second part. So, should be an exciting one if no one has seen it yet. So we are back to the action at the final table of this week's half-price Sunday Million.
Just to address a few things in chat. Yes, we're very excited about Barry. Everything, everywhere, all at once. We talk about constantly. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to see unless you live in the United States of America right now. And Winning Time, I'm enjoying a lot, but from what I understand, it is not super accurate. So, I mean, but I do watch it the second it comes out.
Barry Season 3 is coming?
Yeah, Barry Season 3 is coming out, I think, I think it's the 24th of April.
Cool. Tide caller 8 with the bond. 7-5 of spades.
Both
Jack,
players
10,
flop
9.
their kicker.
Well,
Jack's going to be good at Showdown.
Schmaddy like to move above the 80 million mark after this hand. Yep. Near enough 85 million. Fives all in. It's not a big stack. King 10? It's borderline, right?
Yeah, if you weren't so short yourself, and from what position it came in, you're going to be dominated a fair amount of the time. LK is going to have to be shoving King, Queen, King, Jack, Ace, King, obviously, Ace, 10. Raise and take it for loose control. Just a flat from 2 10s against the under the gun opener. Poor LK can't pick up a hand.
No.
And this is one reason why you flat the 10s, right? You just say bye-bye after this flop. Smell you later. Thanks for money. 18 big blinds. Maybe a little too many to shove. Yep. Andrino dominated.
Yeah, doesn't decide.
Wow,
defend
gets away
the
from
big
it.
blind. Joe, give yourself a 25-minute break. We've got Griffin back in the house. See you at the top of the hour, but let's get Mr. Benja in the booth to analyze the action from this 8-handed final table of this half-price edition of the Sunday Million PKO format. And yep, Griff, it's all about Schmadidas right now. 83 million chips. Although, how many final tables have we seen? How many final tables have we seen where one player has what looks like an insurmountable chip lead, only to see them go broke in like 6th place?
Took a break an hour ago, and the biggest stack I saw was my boy Disco Yanni, about 29 million. So seeing this 83 million, it's like it's a culture shock for me. I don't even know what to expect here. Pretty amazing.
Disco Yanni, more like Disco Gonny, out in 9th, buddy, no longer here.
Oh, and Svenstein has a pretty good 10 big blind shove here with that Canadian flag. I want to cheer for you, buddy, but you're running right into bullets. A haze of bullets. But really considering it, maybe finding a fold.
Wow.
Oh, I dodge bullets, baby, literally. Brilliant work from Svenstein there. Maybe being a bit results-oriented, as that is the second lowest stack. And, oh, just an abysmal shove for 20 big blinds from loose control. Definitely lost control there. Not the way you want to play 9-6 off for so many chips. And really gets thanks for money back in this thing.
Queens all in, but no one to take on. Is it IK or LK? I guess it's a lowercase L, right?
Yeah, it's a lowercase L, I think. Or, but I'm not sure. I changed my answer to IDK. That's I don't know in nerdy internet speech, James. Kids at home, they love that one.
Thanks for translating, Griffin. I appreciate it.
Thanks for money.
Ace
Really
eight
willing to
versus
get
threes.
involved against the chip leader here. Stiff bet here from Schmadidas. I think it's wanting to create a situation where thanks for money will fold hands like ace-jack that can kind of get there, and then set the price against those hands that do include queens and eights. Shouldn't have a lot of eights, thanks for money here, so really hoping to dodge hands like king-queen, ace-queen, jack-queen suited, and folding out all the others, but thanks for money does have the 1-8 combo that he might have in this situation, and that is the suited ace-8.
Selling Cove says, what do you think about the king-jack suited fold? Considering that the other player had aces, I think it was genius.
Yeah, I think it's probably a plus EV shove. I think it becomes interesting when there's another player that has slightly less chips than you, but you know you're at the bottom of the barrel there, and you got to start picking up some chips. So it's probably the bottom of your shove range, and you should probably be doing it. But there is an argument not to, and you know, like I remarked earlier, dodging bullets. Ooh, I really like this play here from Fred Volpe. Recognizing that Schmadidas is really raising a lot of hands and has a hand like King-Jack that's a good blocker, sort of light 3-bet. 20 big blinds, you think normally you would just shove it in when you think that someone's raising light, but realizing that you kind of have to make some adjustments when you're at a final table. You don't want to risk all your chips there with just King-Jack off. Rather make the 3-bet, and really well done, gets it through.
Round to the button. LK with king 5 of clubs. All in, and ace-queen in the big blind for Schmaddy.
Here we go.
LK at risk. 5 on the flop, though. 5 on the river. That's trip 5s, and LK doubles up.
Yeah, a hand that kind of plays itself. You got to go with the suited king there for just 6 big blinds on the button. You're last in chips. Hope to get it through, but you'll take a flip against ace queen there to try to get back in contention. Good use of the blockers here by LK. You don't want to just shove in 13 big blinds here, especially now that you have quite a significant chip edge over the 9th place in Svenstein. So just using it as a raise and gets it through, and a nice little bump in the chips here. Suddenly from 6 million to 15 million, 16 million is LK.
Don't lose control again. Don't get carried away with ace-3. Just a call and does not connect with the board. All right, calm down. I wonder if Leandrino's just discovered, oh look, if I click this, I can do these things.
Kind of a hand right on the line here. Probably a fold with the jack-6 suited, but you know, a little momentum for thanks for money there. It is just one chip. The hand is spade, spade.
And I know we've referenced this before at final tables, Griffin, where we are playing the PKO format, but now with the jumps in prize money, chasing bounties, I'm not saying for 1 second they don't matter, but you're less likely to make some absurd call because of the bounty equity compared to the jumps in the prize money from 8th to 7th to 6th to 5th. And there's certainly some laddering going on right now.
Very interesting turn card here, as it gives Fred Volpe top pair after being very, very behind pre-flop and on the flop. But such an action-packed turn card for Leandri, and going to make for quite an interesting river. Because Leandrino, with this early position raise, really finding the bottom of their range here with the king-queen in here. And Volpe blocks, you know, a lot of the draws, the king-queens and king-jacks. So Fred might not really be convinced that that's comprises most of the range for Leandrino. Leandrino's going to have some hands like, they might call the turn with ace-jack here. But could also be turning maybe pocket 8s or 7s into a bluff. It's very tough here with a 10 and with a king in your hand to find a call. The draws being queen jack, king queen.
Oh!
Finds the call.
Hero.
Great work from Fred.
Schmaddy is the chip leader, opening here with Jack 10. Blinds are currently 500,000 and a million. And lose control, 3 bets with Ace Jack. Deuces opening. 2s make it 2. Ace 3 under the gun for the chip leader.
And been getting some resistance here from some people that are 3-betting
Yeah.
with medium strength hand. We've seen the king jack off, the ace jack off, and now another king jack off from loose control. We've been seeing really, really rapid folds from Schmeditas, and I would like to see a bit more maybe balancing, contemplation. Feels like it's just getting taken advantage of here.
Yeah. Pocket nines for Fred Volpe. Makes it 2 million. LK on the button with ace 9.
Yeah, I think a hand you need to fold here as 7th and chips. You know, sometimes you're going to have some raise folds from Fred Volpe, but I don't think it's worth finding out with ace 9. Something like ace 10 even is really tough.
Whoa.
But and yeah, a mistake here from Leandrino to bust in 8th place here would be disastrous.
Oh,
And
an
gets
ace on
rewarded,
the flop.
And that is sick game.
And again, it's very difficult not to play results, but the reality is not the greatest of shoves there from Leandrino from the small blind with ace 8.
No, and certainly playing into it, the dynamic of what just happened. Fred making that amazing call with the king 10. Leandrino not believing him this time. I would have loved to have seen just a call here from Schmeditas or just a shove, but this 3-bet just screams strength and gets a quick fold from LK. By shoving there, at least you look a little balanced, like you could have pocket 3s. Of course, LK with queen jack will probably just fold, but, you know, if LK had ace 10 there, I think you're going to be screaming your way out the door when you see a 2.5x 3-bet from the small blind there. So I didn't like the way that Schmeditas used those aces.
Well, this is
going to be very interesting. Yeah, well said.
Sven with ace queen all in. LK with 7s. Reshoves, and now Leandrino with the snowmans.
Num num. Num num.
Yeah, and I don't think Leandrino is going to be able to find a reshove here. With 3 people behind, you already feel like you just, you know, got out of dodge real lucky with that ace 8 to make another play that feels like it's really close in the range and taking the more aggressive route. I think it's difficult to do after you've made such a colossal mistake and been given second life. But, you know, I'm using 2 hands of history here to make assumptions about what might be going on in Leandrino's head.
Thinking about it long and hard, and it's really tough after a shove and a reshove to call with 8s, folds, so we are going to be off to the races. 7s against ace queen, and it's the 2 overs at risk here. Sven needs to connect. Come on, lose control, fold already, let's get on with this.
Yeah.
7's holding, the 8 on the flop, the needle. And that is going to be a KO. Sven Stein out in 8th place. Bounty claimed by LK, who's up to nearly 20 million. And yeah, if we're going to play results, Leandrino a little bit annoyed right now. So 7-handed now at the final table, and we've got 8 deuce versus 10-4. Huh. And the shortest stack is now Tide Caller with 11 million. 11 bigs.
Optimus Clang asking, would a reshove there with 8-8 be okay considering there are 2 bounties to be had? I think that it had a lot more to do with the presence of 3 players behind there than it did about the 2 players. I think if Leandrino was in the small blind, or certainly in the big blind, would have called those 12 effective blinds and gone for the 3-way flip there, try to get 2 bounties. But the risk that you run into something bigger behind, the reality that, you're not going to have the best hand a lot of the time and you're going to lose anyway, certainly played into that. This is a very nice flop for lose control. I would love to see a very tiny bet here, and that is exactly what happens. That it should create an opportunity for LK to continue, maybe turn some more equity, maybe check shove on a spade. Of course, the card does not come, and now lose control, I think, will probably lose their customer, wanting to get more value, wanting to charge more flush draws and sevens.
Yeah, 5.2 into 7.8, and the fold from King Queen. Loose control holding on to second place on the leaderboard right now. The chip leader is Schmadidas, who has opened under the gun here with Ace King.
Schmadidas.
And we're up to 600,000, 1.2 million. Average stack 33.8 million with 7 remaining. Kings for loose control.
D-Rim asks, Griffin, do you still play CS? No, but I do play Overwatch every once in a while for fun. Leandrino with the Queen 10 suited likes to play, likes to see boards, and plays it as a 3-bet. Now, the question is, does lose control have a flat in them here? It would be so beautiful. The pot would be almost 20 million, and Leandrino with just 24 behind. Certainly you shove something like queens or jacks here, but kings would play such as a nice call here if you think your opponent has some 3-bet folds, which Leandrino clearly does. But, of course, wanting to protect those kings, it's hard not to blame lose control. It's easy to be results-oriented looking at the stream here.
Shoves on the short stack, small to big. Tide caller feeling the strain now the blinds have gone up. And this is Queen Jack versus Queen 10. It was already a domination situation with 2 spades on that flop. Loose control is very much in control. Thanks for money. Betting at this with Queen 10.
Yeah, as the aggressive action, you have to continue here. The board should be better for you, but of course, not in this case.
Yeah. And I think I'm right in saying that the gap between 1 and 2 in chips is the smallest it's been in some time now. Only about 10 million separating them. 12 million maybe.
Yeah, and really only 2 players with a significant amount of chips. If you look at the rest of the table here, even Thanks for Money, who's 3rd in chips, not even 30 big blinds. So they are going to start falling off. Calvin and Hobbs 811. Farah main, you nailed it, buddy. I have played the most amount of hours as Farah, but also been getting into Junkrat lately. We were talking about Overwatch, James.
Oh, Overwatch, sorry.
They're asking about my Overwatch characters, which ones I play, yeah.
Sevens all in.
Nice spot for LK to get that through.
The Grafton for Tide Caller, but Jacks for Thanks for Money.
And won't get an opportunity with the sort of medium fringe of Schmadidas, who rightfully should be opening. You know what'll be interesting? I feel like lose control, will want to get involved here, and that's going to open up the door for Thanks for Money to sort of reluctantly shove in the 25 big blinds. The reason being is you really don't want to bust in 7th place here, but goes for the 3-bet instead. And I like the 3-bet there. It would be so disastrous to see a shove and then a reshove, like it was a trap. So I think it's kind of cool. You know, you are resigning yourself to getting all the chips in against one opponent, surely, but you know, giving yourself an out in case things get weird. Great spot for LK here to go after that big bounty. Lee and Drino is probably licking their lips as well for those sort of 7 big blinds, even though it does make up for over 30% of their stack. But yeah, it's real tough with LK's shoes. You know, Tide Caller has been very tight on this final table, at least from what I've seen. I think that's more indicative of them being... Ooh, Lee and Drino, are you going to go for it, buddy? You call and lose here, and you only have about 14 million, and that's certainly the big consideration.
Tide Caller is short, but you're not exactly deep, and 8 million does a lot of damage. Well, Tide Caller up to nearly 11 million, trying to get back up to that 10 big blind mark.
And Schmadidas with an opportunity, I think, to, well, even do that. Eye. Yeah.
Have some of that.
Put that in your limp and smoke it.
Absolutely. Queen Jack of Diamonds opening. Everyone else folds. Does Ace-9 open here?
Yeah, I think from what we've seen from Leandrano, we should expect a raise here. The question is, how does Schmadidas? And I think that's a bit weak. I think you got to defend your button there against the aggressive Leandrano, at least with a call.
Tide Caller on the button. Queen Jack offsuit, all in. Ace-8 for loose control in the small.
Yeah, got to go for it here.
Yeah,
it's just
and this is a different situation. 8 million, not a huge percentage of their stack. Near enough 2K bounty. Decent hand in the small blind. It holds. We get Barry Greenstone for good measure, and that is a KO. Tide Call 8 taken out by loose control, and that is going to take us down to 6. And look at the gap now between 1 and 2.
Yeah, really, just the other players just going to be fighting over those 4, 3, 5 spots.
Ace-7 suited opening.
Wow.
Open-ended straight draw against the nut flush draw. Ace-high still the best hand right now, and Schmadidas with near enough 70% equity.
Yeah, big draws for both. A lot of reasons for either player to continue. Will be interesting to see how that turn changes the complexion of this hand, and that is a very juicy card. You know, with the pot being 13.8 million, though, if Schmadidas decides to go very big here, I certainly think that there's a chance that Thanks for Money just will hold on to their 30 million, even if they think they're being bluffed.
Wow.
And see how quickly and wisely Thanks for Money folds there. You know,
Really
Ace King is
quickly.
just filled in for the nuts. You don't have a spade in your hand. Your opponent can already have you drawing dead. You're not beating any single value hand, you know, with that call. So I really like it. Ooh.
Queen,
Wow.
Jack, all in. King, Queen folds. Fours. Also folds.
Wow.
Let's get Mr. Stapleton back into the mix, shall we?
Let's do
So
it.
down to 6, Joey.
I'm so glad I caught that fold from Thanks for Money. I just think that's a spot where like people so often are just going to auto call there. They improved. They can still make the near nuts now on the river. What are the odds that you're up against a flush and just a snap fold there? Like, wow, just I think many of us amateur players could really take a page from that. Just take a second. Hey, even though I did improve, even though I'm still drawing to a very strong hand, let's just not. Let's just not.
Yeah, and it certainly helps when you're on a final table and you have so much to lose by getting speculative in a hand where, you know, your opponent has the stronger range, and there's so many hands that, you know, could be really destroying you. You could be drawing dead, as we see that Thanks for Money was.
And top here for Thanks for Money. Bets the flop. Lose control.
Bet the flop and lose control.
I think this is a trivial fold. We always mention that the PokerStars arena is so vast that it spans an entire continent and an entire ocean. And on my side of the arena, it's getting very late. So this is the point where I take the risk of handing control over to Joe Stapleton. So see this down from 6 to a winner, Joseph, and tell me what happened when we record the podcast on Wednesday.
That's been working out quite well. Have a good night, James. Smell you later.
Hi, Dad. We're not going to get in any trouble, Dad. We're going right to bed.
Say goodnight to Papa, Uncle Daddy, Shaguar, burning the
kids are
midnight
staying up
oil.
late. Let's go.
And Leandrino is going to be flipping for their tournament life against 2 10s. Needs an ace or a queen. Needs 2 clubs. Needs an ace or a queen or a chop. None of those cards. There goes Leandrino out in 6th place. And more moolah in the pile of Schmaditas.
Schmaditas. This could be interesting here for Thanks for Money. Gonna play it like a call, which I like with those 2 short stacks. Could induce a shove from LK here. You wouldn't fault LK being the bottom stack, recognizing that Schmaditas has a wide range and expecting a call a lot of the time, but decides to just flat and gets a board where might have to see it through here, even as a front shove. Protect that top pair. You don't want to see this get checked through and then, you know, one of your opponents has the 7 of hearts with pocket 7s. But gonna check anyway.
Turns out hearts are not a factor here. No way to know that. Definitely want to get the rest of it in here. Thanks for Money. Unfortunately, gonna put out a big enough bet that makes the all-in inevitable from LK. Domination situation. LK needs a king. 2 pair for Thanks for Money. Back-to-back eliminations. LK out in 5th place. And a $1,600 bounty getting shipped over to Thanks for Money. And we are down to foe.
There are only foe.
Schmaditas dominated here. Lose control. A big old stack. 2 hearts on this flop. Pretty fun. Queen 8 gonna feel compelled to continue, unfortunately. I feel like a call here is okay. I feel like a raise sometimes, maybe even. Why raise when you can turn a street flash draw and make the nuts, drawing to the super nuts? And of course, yeah, Schmeditas now thinks they have a live straight draw. And this is going to be a considerable momentum shift, I think, depending on how Lose Control plays this. Yeah, okay. A little bit of an action killer on the river. Fourth heart. Schmeditas is going to have no choice, I think, but to check here.
Yeah, more like Sadidas.
Oh, does not check. Goes for a bluff size that's not going to get very many hearts to fold at all. Maybe would get
Joe,
a non-heart hand to fold.
You think there's any chance that Lose Control just calls here because of the 4-5?
No, I don't.
I really want to blow your mind right now with just seeing a call. It's going to blow his mind. Call.
It will blow my mind. No call. There's the shove from Lose Control.
Oh,
Schmeditas
now I feel dumb.
Queen high.
Make everyone know you're making a decision.
Yeah. And eventually lets it go. When I said momentum shift, Lose Control is now in control with 100 million chips. Schmeditas drops into second. Fred Volpe, the lowest stack, and Thanks for Money is only getting mentioned because there's only 4 people. Top pair for both these players. Top 2 pair for Thanks for Money.
Don't count Fred Volpe out, though. Certainly impressive. Most of it. Ooh, and a cheeky check back from Schmeditas, and that's very, very good because I think Thanks for Money would have come in for that check raise. Now, not outside of the realm of possibility that Thanks for Money might play this is just a call.
Yep.
Could certainly still check raise, but it's like one of those things where it's just like, you know what? I don't want to just check raise and bust in fourth into ace jack here. I can just call.
Oh, another check back from Schmeditas. Does not bet top pair despite a very weakly played top 2. Excuse me, no longer top 2 by the turn, but you get what I'm saying. Thanks for Money now up to 52 million.
You get what I'm saying. Yeah.
The Nameless Fox says, I miss TV Joe, but all we get now is Chair Joe. Not just my seat that changes, but covering online poker is significantly different than covering live poker. Lose Control betting trip fours.
The Nameless Fox says, beep, 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 beep.
Hottie Joe.
Hottie Joe. Ooh, and gotta say, Fred Volpe's getting a little trouble here. Deciding to call the min raise pre-flop with the queen 6 off. Pretty ambitious, but I understand the thought process. And then when the ace 4-4 facing the minimum bet, thinking, you know what, I think this queen high still might be good. And suddenly the SPR is 1-1, and you have queen high on ace 4-4 jack. You know, you got to trust the process, I think. But,
Do you think Lose Control ever just calls here because of all the better fours?
yeah, sometimes. Not today, Joe.
Lose Control up to nearly 110 million now. So next player out gets 21 thou. After that's 30, then 51 and 51 plus bounties.
It's really more like 22 thou. You know, I think we can round up.
Okay.
Calling it 21 is just a bit of a disservice to the prize amount, you know? It's 21,
sure,
9, 31, 15.
It's 22. I'll give you that.
Like third is 31K, you know? Second is 52K, and first is 52K.
Okay. Fair enough.
But, like, we'll round down sixth, for instance. It's 11,000.
Mm-hmm. Right. We got a limp in here from ace 4.
And Lose Control with all that momentum and confidence just goes 4X's it with the 4 deuce and gets the dominating hand to fold.
So I already see Loose Control playing a little bit more aggressively than we ever saw Schmidtitas playing when they were the chip leader. It's already sort of taking more spots. 2 4s for Volpe. Loose Control, lots of chips, can pick up another 4-figure bounty.
Yeah, you know what? It's 4 big blinds, so I think Loose Control goes for it here.
And does indeed. 4's holding. 4's looking
7
good.
is bad too.
Double up for Fred Volpe. 5s now for Schmidtitas.
And does Freddie go with the 10 big blind ace-3, knowing Schmidtitas' opening range has been so wide, expecting to get a call a lot of the time, but it's going to be from hands like King 10 and Queen 10 off. So you might want to go with ace-3. Certainly don't expect to see a fold from Fred, whether it's just a call or a shove, and it is going to be a shove. And here we go.
And 5's the favorite, but it's 2 pair on the flop.
Oh!
It's a straight on the turn for Schmidtitas, but a full house on the river for Volpe. The twists and turns end up in the favor of Fred Volpe, who doubles up, and things are looking a lot more even between second, third, and fourth.
That's just good television, Joe. That is a roller coaster. That is twists and turns. That is.
I mean, good television would have been if we had a second to process what was happening on each of those streets. That would have been better television. But unfortunately,
and that's why we have live poker, Joe, where we can make those slothy dealers go as slow as we want them to. So the camera's ready.
Raise and take it for Fred. Oh boy, ace tray for Loose Control, and it's going to run into 2 pretty solid hands.
More like lose this pot, am I right? It's a play on his name.
Thanks for money with the 3-bet. Fred Volpe with the chance to lukewarm 4 all in.
It's just really hard here, Joe, and the reason being that thanks for money, it's probably going to be pretty strong. Not going to have like this like super wide kind of like go after Lose Control. It's first and second in chips, and that's what Fred's thinking about here. But goes for it anyway because he's a gangsta. Ugh.
Rips it in with the best of it.
Just Freddie.
Daddy, would
says,
you like
go
some
on,
sausage?
Fred.
Daddy, would you like some sausage?
And with
Freddie.
that, Fred Volpe is now second in chips. Domination situation, however.
Don't you go limp shoving this ace-7 suit though, Fred. Yo, Freddie. Hey, baby, you just got these chips.
There's
right,
the
well, let's just call
re-raise. Excuse me, not the re-raise,
no,
just the raise.
Freddie!
Oh, ace-7 shoves.
Freddie!
Domination situation. And Fred flops 2 pair. The 7 is always coming. Schmidtitas out. Fred Volpe from short stack, death watch, to chip leader in 5 hands? 7 hands.
Yeah,
it was 7
you know that run-up
hands.
they've been looking for? Well, take a look at this.
What a sun run, says thanks for money.
Woo!
And thanks for money is
shivered.
now the favorite to go out in third.
Well, Schmidtitas, you should have gone with Nike.
Yeah, let's give Schmidtitas some due, by the way. Played a great game. Out in fourth for $22,000 plus $8,300 in bounties.
And hey, a bad beat story to take home to mom and pop, you know?
That's right. What a run of hands for Fred Volpe, who's now going to be able to tangle with the other big stack. Ace-10 suited versus 2 6s. And that's a set of 6s for Loose Control.
Yeah, we're going to get
What are we
some-
going to see?
some-
7-9?
Post-flop stuff.
10-10.
We're not going to see any crazy out of the line stuff between Fred and lose control. And you know what? As under-repped as Fred Volpe was pre-flop, I think that without a diamond in their hand, I think Fred might just say, you know what? I'm not playing 6 million into 8.1. I'm too good at this game. Did you see my 4-bet shove with ace 10 off? So Fred Volpe shocking the world everywhere but
What's
Brazil, where he hails.
Flush draw for thanks for money. Total whiff for loose.
Interesting strategy, playing this as a limp for thanks for money. Probably going to try to get a little tricky here and try to see some more flops without getting sort of taken advantage of by these very stacked up and aggressive opponents in lose control and Fred Volpe.
LC limping in. He catches a pair of jacks. Bottom pair for money.
I like that, LC. Yo, LC!
Jack's still good. Checking. Thanks for money. Trying to protect a little bit here. Betting into a much stronger hand. And that much stronger hand is now just about the nuts.
You know, you hit that nail on the head, Joe. It's just one of those situations where you want to bet 25, 30% just to protect against the 8-9 off that might hit on the river. You know, once you get check called, you kind of know you're like, you have a jack, and I'm going to lose. So. Yeah, I should expect to see some pretty passive play here from both of them. I mean, lose control actually might get a little aggressive on Fred just because technically does have the chip edge. We've seen lose control be very opportunistic with, you know, a lack of aggression from opponents with weaker stacks on this final table. So we might see some of that, but I think there's also an undertone, a subtext, if you will, of respect when it comes to lose control versus Fred Volpe. Volpe is a very accomplished player on this table and is running damn good. So I don't think wants to get too out of line with Freddie.
Thanks for money.
Thanks.
About to get it in against 2 10s.
No, 22 bigs, maybe. Oh, you're right. You're right. Oh, disaster.
It's all going in the middle. Thanks for money. Needs an ace. Hits one. It's a 10 on the turn. Drawing dead. Thanks for money. Out of here. Thanks for
Just
playing
kidding,
out in
thanks.
third.
Just kidding. Thanks for money.
$31,000. And not a lot of bounties for thanks for money. Just $2,800 in bounties. Good luck. Have fun, mate.
turns.
We are now heads up for the Sunday Million title. Half price Sunday Million. Full fat title. 3 diamonds on this flop. 1 diamond in the hand of lose control.
And out of nowhere. Can we get some, it's possible, producers, can we get a live camera feed of James cranking it as he's in his bed, just because we know something's going on. All right.
A lot of people do like to crank it before bed. I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of going a little slow pace, and James like, oh, I gotta go. I'm like tired, and then every single board is crazy, and everyone's getting eliminated. Just saying, it's a working theory.
Pair of 7s for Fred. We saw lose control. Bluff with the best hand on the last hand. This time, not going to get a pair of 7s to fold right away.
Yeah, and quite a difficult turn card to bet with your air here with the 5-3. You expect your opponent to have, kings, 10, 7s, some draws, but you don't want to be firing twice here and just getting called by a 7 or a 10 or whatever. And tell you what, Joe, great little 25-ish% bet there on the river to get value with third pair from Fred Volpe. Really targeting those ace-high type hands and maybe rivered threes, which is exactly what happened. And Lose Control just provided too good a price with that small bet and quickly calls with the 3.
Ooh, we've got our first loose re-raise of the heads-up match, 6-7 suited.
Yeah. And I like to see it from Lose Control. I did suggest that Lose Control might not be coming after Fred too much when we were 3-handed. But now that we are heads up, I think Lose Control is going to want to play to their strengths. And from what we've seen on the final table, that was a lot of pre-flop 3-betting. So prepared to beef up the pots a bit. And quite big sizing on the flops, which is going to create, bigger pots. And that card is going to get slammed. Okay. I'm going to say it's going to be for 12 million. You can take over under. Pick over under. I say 12 million. Quickly, over under, Joe.
Under.
Do it in the chat too. Under. Chat, over under.
Way over.
And Fred's sitting there with a 7. Oftentimes, these overbets in these spots are hands like this. Do you Lose Control? Do you really have like aces and you're doing this here? So Fred doesn't buy it.
Does not
He
buy
was
it, and this board really just
overbet.
does not change at all with this 10 repeating on the river.
He doesn't believe him.
The 7 is good, and that is nearly a chip lead change.
Nope.
These two are even Stevens. Also, congrats again, Steve O'Dwyer, winning the Irish Open. Well done.
That is 3 Irish Open champions in one screen right there. Me and 2 Steve O'Dwyers.
Top pair for Fred. Fred could have gone for a little value there, question mark. Not sure about that, Scrimmy.
No, Scrimmy. Definitely not, because Fred was out of position and did not have the aggression. So, and what value do you want him to have? Okay, wait. Scrimmy might mean in the context of just deciding to check shove the turn. But the problem with doing that is that the only reason you're just going to get called by better and fold out all those draws. I mean, I don't even know. I don't think Jack 9 suited might call, but it's just like, it's better to just call because you're ahead. And then when the river changes the texture and you get sold a story, you decide whether or not,
Well, Fred has taken commanding lead at this point.
Yeah, I wouldn't say commanding, but in command, like.
Okay. All right, buddy.
Do you know what I'm saying?
It was more commanding. I was just waiting for you to finish that long thought from before, and then it was less commanding by the time I actually got to say it. So 7, 9, 10, Jack, 6, 7. No one has a straight. Another overbet from Lose Control with nothing.
And didn't work the first time.
I mean, this time, Fred's got a considerably worse hand. Doesn't work this time either. Does Lose Control give up a second time?
And this is the chef's kiss thing about poker is situations like this where a dynamic has been established in situations like this, which is as we see the overbet on the river. Lose Control established in that previous hand that they're willing to overbet the turn with a bluff. But what's also been established is that they gave up on a certain river. When the top card paired on the river, Lose Control didn't bluff. This time, lose control, put another overbet in. These are two very skilled poker players that are aware of dynamics, and it's going to be a cat and mouse game where they switch roles between cat and mouse.
Lose control, back in control. Commanding, but not the lead commanding.
Yeah, and for the narrative of the particular screen name, I like it. I would hate to, let's just say his wife or something says, "How did it go?" I was in control the whole time. That would be, be against his nature.
Somehow both players still in this pot with 6 high and king high. All right, we're just going to play the who's got the worst of it game. Oh my God, we got to take a break? What? Heads up play will continue. Maybe in 5 minutes, maybe less. If they both tick that box, sometimes we come back a little bit early. Fred Volpe, 124 million in chips. Lose control, 112 million in chips. And I think when we get back, the big blind's going to be about 2 million. So we're playing around 55 big blinds effective right now. So a lot of fun play so far, heads up. Heads up is typically my least favorite, partially because I'm most over my head when trying to figure out what's going on. It's actually far... The less complicated a situation looks to me usually means the more I'm just missing the detail and the nuance of it. And I feel like this could turn into like a really solid heads-up battle between these two, assuming everything they're doing is calculated and not just button clicking, which I don't think it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty clear to us in the booths and, the fans at home is that these two players, they know what they're doing. They play the final tables really well. Fred Volpe, certainly got lucky in some spots, but also found some pretty amazing shoves. The Queen Jack offsuit reshove, the Ace 10 4-bet shove. Really someone who has a lot of experience playing for these kind of stakes. And the heads-up battle so far has been super, super interesting and full of some really excellent play. I don't think it's going to go on for that long, but they are playing pretty deep, and they're both fighters. So, we could be in for an interesting hour plus.
Yeah, we've had a lot of interesting heads-up battles recently. Griff, you weren't on this week, but 1 week Marie and I were covering the heads-up match. And if I remember correctly, in 1 hour of play, they played 220 hands. It was just absolute insanity. Just click, 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 click. We couldn't even keep up with it. It was crazy. This seems to be pretty pacey. Nothing will compare to that. As long as we're talking about button clicking, especially because of my taxes, I got to write off all the video games, all the money I spent on video games this year. So this is me, IRS, talking about video games as part of my job. Playing Dying Light 2 right now. Griffin, when you told me that you go way too far into the game before getting the grappling hook, I feel like I must have missed the mission where you get the grappling hook. I feel like I'm near the end of the game, and I still haven't even heard of it. Like, I have all of the grappling hook skills already and no grappling hook. Like, is it a side mission, or, like, when does it actually happen?
So, believe it or not, I put Dying Light down right after you meet Rosaria Dawson. I don't know. I think I went away for a week or something, and I came back.
I don't think I'm there yet. Okay.
Okay, so you haven't. No, you're not. I mean, you must have been doing a lot of.
I haven't gone.
missions.
I haven't gone to the central. I don't know, maybe like 14, 15.
Yeah, I feel like I probably played around 20, and I still haven't gotten it. Yeah, I could actually even check. You know what? Let's do that. Now that we're all here,
I'm just about to. We've figured out that I just blew up the PK's windmill.
Yeah, so did I.
Into the game that is.
Yeah, so it's just I think that's right when you meet Rosaria Dawson even. So who knows?
What are you into right now? I know Elden Ring is something folks are kind of into, but I just find myself.
No, can't do it.
Yeah. Can I make a suggestion?
I know how all-encompassing it is. Yeah.
So I've come up with many million-dollar ideas in my life. I think what they should do is have a version of these games you can play where every time you come across like a soda can or an ashtray, it just says you can sell this. Don't worry about it. You won't need this later. And you can click that on or off, right? Or just be like, hey, like this, we really suggest you do this side mission first because it'll make it easier for you to do the next one. Like, don't attempt this one if you can't run across walls yet, idiot. Just give me like a little bit of a hint.
Hours.
Okay, that's when you're supposed to get the grappling hook?
No, I still haven't gotten it. I could be another 10 hours.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think the main quest is like 40 hours. I mean, it's a big game. I don't know if I'll get back to it. We'll see. I'm a fan of the franchise.
Yeah.
But I've been off video games a bit lately.
I've actually just gotten into them again because I was ill this week and my girlfriend was out of town. I just feel she's really cool. We're going back to the action. She's really cool and doesn't mind me playing video games and likes watching, but it's just better when I'm alone.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Are we still talking about video games?
No, we're talking about lots of things, actually. Fred Volpe opening the action with ace-jack off, speaking of things that are better alone. 6-4 suited, puts in another bet. There's a re-raise from Fred, who now has a commanding lead?
Yeah, I'll let you command now. If it's 40, if it's like 40-50% more, we're into commanding territory.
I did, sometimes my girlfriend's so sweet, I get irrationally angry with her. I picked her up at the airport yesterday, and she got in the car, and she's like, did you beat your game? And I'm like, I've been playing the game for like 2 days. Like, what do you think? What do you think? It's not.
Do you not know how games work?
It's a 100-hour game. I've played it for 18 hours.
Yeah,
Loose control,
honestly,
Rivers top pair.
Yeah, this is not going to be a card that Fred's going to feel comfortable bluffing, I don't think. Yeah, it's just that particular time of year for me as well, where it's just like, it's the
because baseball's
NHL,
back, right?
Yeah, baseball's back, and it's the NHL fantasy playoffs, so I'm just like all fantasy all the time, just watching sports all the time in my free time.
Is it optimal to keep aggression up, heads up at this stack depth, or best to switch gears a bit? That seems like one of those questions that's kind of impossible to answer. But loose control is keeping up the aggression with a value hand. Oh my goodness!
My
and folds the best of it. Fred Volpe is
my God,
eating the lunch of loose control right now.
Yo, you're about to retire some people, Fred. People watching this be like, I'm never gonna be that good.
Yeah, right. Unfortunate flop here for 2 5s.
Yeah, loose control
Fred
gonna
probably
happily go for value here. Expecting a call from some ace highs and something like pocket fives, which is river. A straight.
Loose control might be about to lose their mind. Out of position. Trying to decide whether to go for value at this 6 or face some awful bet from Fred. It's going to be the latter. 3/4 pot.
And this is not a snap fold for loose control. And the reason is that while Fred is going to have some 5s in his range, it's going to be some spade combos too. But you do have that 6 of spades blocking spades. So I think it's a good fold.
Fred Volpe approaching a 3-1 chip lead.
The one narrative I am liking about this final table, Joe, is that it really feels like the 2 best players are here heads up. The kind of moves we've been seeing loose control doing with these overbets, 2 different occasions, one where it didn't work and one where, went the extra level. This is big trouble here for Fred Volpe, 30 bigs effective. There's even an argument I mean, I think the Fred's going to shove a lot of the time here. Maybe even 3-bet, call it off. But just calls like,
This is written in the cards.
Yeah, this one, like,
Fred.
listen, Fred can't dodge this one. Like, it's just, he found a way somehow not to just get it in pre-flop 30 big blinds, heads up with king, queen off. But now when you flop like this, you pop it up to 7 million and you get them in there. And that's what we're about to see.
90%
it's really too bad.
chance lose control, doubles up in this hand.
Ooh, check. Interesting. Fred just trying to find a way.
I mean, Fred is...
No, this has to be a check shove here. Because Fred's going to...
Yes, of course. This is like deception. This is not like...
7-8. Yeah, I know.
This is not being conservative.
I know, Daddy.
And the river is the 5 of diamonds, so it does complete some straights and flushes, obviously. Don't think there's any way.
But look! Finding a way to see maybe if I can just not double him up, and does it. It's just remarkable. Like, there's 25 million chips that were left on the table.
King's on the very next hand for lose control. Sorry, Griff, to step on you there, but what? Okay. And no longer a commanding chip lead.
No. In command, but not commanding.
That's right. I think there's some game coming out in the next week or so, early May, that I'm super excited about.
Sounds pretty awesome. You can't even remember what it is.
All right, hold on. Tech Radar.
I haven't heard of it.
Hold on a second. Gotham Knights. That's October 25th. Come on, who cares about that?
I did buy Horizon Zero Dawn too, but I haven't even started it. I'm quite open world fatigued out. I bought it out of respect to the developers, but I don't know when I'm going to play it. What is it? What's the game?
Evil Dead the Game coming out in May.
Oh.
Pretty excited about Evil Dead.
Volpe willing to limp and call with the suited kitchens.
Red Eyes says, just play Dead by Daylight. One of the least favorite games I've ever played in my entire life was Dead by Daylight. Oh,
Ooh.
River's the boat.
4 on the river.
Tens. And there's another overbet. This time, lose control has got it.
Danny Tanner on the river, and so many misses there.
Yet another change in chip lead. Loose control has gained control. Top pair now, 1 diamond.
Yeah, and you see how the establishing of the overbet as bluffs allows loose control to find spots to do it with the nuts. And, you know, how quickly Fred said, I'm too high up in my range, too many bluffs. I'm not getting bluffed by an overbet again. Let's see it. And pays it off and is now no longer in control or command, Joe.
I just really envy a player's ability to be that balanced, a.k.a. have a value hand relatively close to 2 bluffs in time. Full house here for Fred. Like, I would love to be balanced, but it's really tough if you never have a value hand. Like, how do you if you never have a hand, you can only bluff.
Well, listen, it's a balancing act, Joe. And if you never get good hands like you, then you can't do it.
What can you do? Oh boy. Another
million call.
dangerous situation for Fred.
16 million call.
16 million, yeah, you can't just go folding King Jack. Fife asks GG. Oh, maybe. And it's a 9-high flop. What do we see, like a big bet here and a fold? Not a big bet, quarter pot.
No, you don't need to bet too big here with the ace-king. You're not thrilled by the texture, but you don't also don't just want to, like, you're not going to fold out pairs. So no reason to bet super big. And you do get some continues by worse hands. Hands like King Jack, Ace Queen, Ace Jack, probably going to call, especially with a club in their hand.
Queen Jack.
Such a good price.
Clicking Buttons wants to know why the bounties are so small, because the buy-in was 54.50. Although it would be difficult to know that unless you used your eyes and brain. Thank you for your
So
question.
Volpe now really setting something up here, which is expecting ace highs to call here on the turn. Very, very unlikely you're going to get a fold here. So Fred certainly setting up a situation where a shove would come on this river, but it's tough because you're sitting there as Fred, and you're really only representing a 7.
Oh my! If Loose Control calls this, it's over.
Maybe a rivered queen. A 9 might shove here for value. So there are a range of hands that Fred can have here, and Lose Control is going to have to find a big call with just ace high.
I don't see it happening.
Yeah, it's tough.
But I got my finger on the hero call button just in case.
It's so interesting too because it looks bluffy, and I don't think I'm just saying that because we see the cards, but just the way that Fred's been playing. But it's suspiciously bluffy, where it's almost like how bluffy this looks. So I don't think I can call because you probably have it. It's so many interesting dynamics. And, so many complex thoughts between these two players that are making it so interesting to watch.
What Massage, with their first ever massage, gets in touch to say amazing bluff. I agree. Top pair here for Loose Control. Bottom for Fred. Fred back on top, by the way. Another lead change.
And
that's going to make you feel not great.
Yeah.
Ooh, and another bluff from Fred gets through. I think these are both pretty good heads-up players. I don't know if it's just been more opportunities, but Fred has seemed to have won more pots with blood and sweat than Loose Control has, who has flopped trips and turned a boat.
He's good, man. Very good. Don't know what to tell you.
I think that a lot of us, not you, Griffin, a lot of us mere mortals just have a hard time ripping it in with nothing, even if we know how to set it up. That hand where we saw Fred set up the bluff and rip on the river when the queen came, I'd be like, well, he is ace-queen. He is ace-queen, he is his queen. I can't do this. I can't rip it in here.
Especially when you have King-Jack. Like, you block ace-king, which is one of the hands. You block ace-king and ace-jack, which are two kind of hands that you're hoping your opponent has and will fold. So just somehow making the right call and going for it, it's just awesome.
Another hand Fred is likely to win at Showdown. Check, check on the turn. 5 on the river. Top pair for Fred. Value bets 3/4 of the pot. And we have seen Fred get called occasionally in those spots. Not this time, though. And a better than... We're closing in again on a 3-1 chip lead. for Fred. A little limp here from loose control. 7-6 tray, 2 spades, king high, out in front.
You know what I am actually excited for, Joe, is the unbearable weight of massive talent. That's going to be fun.
You know, I've seen that advertised quite a bit, and I'm wondering where TF it is.
As in when it's coming out, or?
Yeah. I mean, I've been seeing, somebody sent me the trailer for that like 3 months ago. Hello, flopped flush, playing very quickly. And Fred with a hand that could pay off, I'll bet. Oh, I watched Pig finally.
Oh, so good.
It was pretty good. Fred gets the check back. Not going to fall for it. Do you think it's easier to make these bluffs knowing they're only playing for bounties? I don't think so. Not particularly. It's still, you know, a bit. It's still,
Bounty
what is it?
Huge,
12,
man. It's like
still
comprised of
12K,
big
right?
percentage. Yeah.
Top pair for Fred. And another couple of strong starting hands here.
Yeah. I think that lose control is too deep to do something like shove, so should expect to see a flop.
Disappointing flop, disappointing turn. And turn and river you would like to see on the flop. Ace high is going to win this one. Vegzerkin asks, can they make deal on bounty? I don't believe they can. I think that at a bounty tournament, once your head's up, the time for deals is past. We don't see a lot of deals in bounty tournaments just because of the way it is structured with so much money in bounties that you can't deal for it. Takes the motivation away. Top pair good for Fred. And now finally does have the 3-1 chip lead. Top pair for Fred, bottom for loose. Card distribution very much favoring Fred at this point, except for the flop flush we saw from loose control. And yeah, loose control closing in on 200 mil.
Yeah, getting close to that danger zone now.
Eight, very good for Fred. That's right, Evil Bong. Yeah. Danger zone. 4 is not going to be enough to help. And as loose control has to helplessly
5-1
another pot.
chip lead.
Yeah. Fred is a high stakes player. Ask 10x. No. Fred is a regular player, but I believe is a mid stakes player. Mid to low, I would say, even.
But knows what he's doing.
Oh, yeah.
That's for damn show. And lose control. Gonna find the shove here for the 18 big blinds.
7 deuce limping in. Fred maybe coming in for a re-raise. Yep, with king 9 suited.
Yep, the dog.
Domination situation with jacks. Suited you do peel here, right, Griffin? Yes, indeed. 2 hearts. Okay, some hope for loose control. No heart on the turn. Maybe we'll see a bet now. Have not seen many semi-bluffs coming out of loose control. Hasn't really had the opportunity. All right. Okay.
A little fighting ya. I like
Little
that.
semi-bluff fight. King 9 flops a gut shot. 7-9 flops a double gutter. One end of it you don't want to see. Is it double gutter? No, just the one
No, it's
gutter.
just a gutter.
Just the one gutter. Luckily. Two different gut shots out there. And just another pot going to Fred.
The Fred Volpe show. No relation to Paul Volpe, I imagine, but another legend of the game with the name Volpe.
Very fun player. And I mean that in the not insulting way.
Yeah. As in fun to watch.
Oh my
crush.
goodness. Checks through on the turn,
Oh.
lose control.
And that's good
At
news
top
for lose
pair.
control with the 2 pair. And coming in for the check raise on the river. You love to see it.
Really
Lose
good
control.
news that
Yeah, and
Volpe
I'll
has
tell
caught
you
up.
what, an opportunity here to win 25 to 35 million chips. Question is, does lose control just want to shove it all in, expecting Fred to call with that king and often enough? That's exactly
All
what
right.
happens. We are
That's a double up.
strap in, boys. It's your
For
kids,
lose
mother. We gotta
control.
go. A
Ace
lot
king for
more
loose.
action.
Back down to
juice
just a
is
2-1 lead. Queen Jack for Ferdy. Flops top pair.
Good start here for Fred with the Queen Jack of Hearts.
A7 here for Fred. 10-5, you can put that in your fold pile.
Yeah.
Top pair for once for lose control and the redraw to the better hand, to the nuttier hand. Second from the bottom pair.
Fred getting
Paul.
very sticky on these boards that
Excuse me, Fred. Now you got me saying
He
Paul
expects.
Volpe.
yeah, getting very sticky on these boards that Fred expects his opponent to be, semi-bluffing. Right there, actually, the semi-bluff included a better pair. So I think a bit too stubborn on Fred's part. Needs to, maybe not get too sticky in situations where it doesn't have a very good, sort of range advantage. Especially now that I will say also has
9. Oh boy.
right as lose control also shows
Is this
an
a donk
ability
lead as well?
I think it is shows an ability to make big bluffs as well on rivers, so it's hard to get sticky with those middle strength hands.
What do you think of the donk lead there? And now you check, like you're like, oh, I was just kidding before. I didn't really have it.
I think the problem
Whatever in
with
your
it is
thought
lose control is gonna take a free card too often,
Yeah.
and you still want to protect and get value from those hands that do have flush draws.
Over pair for Volpe, bottom pair for LC. All right, it was a 3-bet pot, whatever. I liked it being a donk lead. Thank you, Waveless.
Fred will not accept this. No, no, no.
Pair of 9s for loose. Diamond draw. There is the nuts on the turn for Fred. Loose with a big diamond also.
How do you fold? You can't.
How do you fold?
You got the fourth nut draw with that pair of nines.
Luckily, no diamond. Either way, this pot's getting pushed to Fred. And it goes check, check on the river, and Fred back up to that 3-1 chip lead. Way more than that at this point, actually. Shoves on LC, who's forced to fold 10 deuce.
No, Fred won't accept this. Under 20 big blinds, gonna make it 6x.
Thank you.
I'll thank you very
Almost
much.
at 5-1 now. All right, 3, 4, 6, 7 is something. 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Nope, nothing. Maybe we'll see a bluff, a four card flush bluff. Okay, small bluff. Gets a fold from queen high. There you go. There you go. There you go. Blind's going up. 3 million, which makes the effective stack 15 big blinds right now. Giddy up 33 says, lol, how did these two get so far? How did you get so far, you band? Thank you for your comment. These two players are... I don't like that. I don't care for that.
No. Let's see your graph, pal.
I don't care for that at all. It's another pot for Fred. 5-1. Kings for loose control.
Yeah, Oh, cheeky. Cheeky.
At least Fred didn't catch top pair this time.
Oh, man.
Okay, well, you know.
Falling for it.
Okay, snap fold. 2 9s. 7, 8, 8, 9, 9. That's a good hand.
7,
It's
8,
over.
8, 9, 9.
That hand's over.
$11 million.
Fred checks it back, flops a gut shot. Gut shot does not come in on the turn. It's a king.
Oh!
That is the gut shot, however.
Peanut brittle.
What is peanut brittle?
Well, the nuts. Peanuts.
I see, okay.
Yeah. It's been such a long day. You're just like, are you just shouting out random things now?
I know there's always a method to your madness.
King 9 suited, very pretty, inducing that bluff ISO there with the 9 deuce. And now playing it as a check. I don't think Freddie's done with this hand. I have a sneaking suspicion. Although the deuce is giving Fred some equity. Actually might even be betting this 9 million. I think this is kind of protectionary. Almost happy to allow a hand like ace high to call on the turn. And now loose control, who could have missed clubs, missed ace high, is going to shove
all of
it
it.
in
This
for
would be
value
one
on
hell
4 cards straight.
of a hero fail. Full double up for loose control, and there once again nearly even Stevens.
Ugh. Yeah.
Tried to put it away with the call down, the pair of deuces.
I mean, listen. When you got a bluff catcher, Joe, you got a bluff catcher. Doesn't matter what it is, whether it's the king,
That's right.
7, 9, 10, or 9 deuce. There.
Alex Boucheron says, good heads up. I agree. 9-9-8-8 for Fred. Still maintaining a small chip lead. Ace 5, King Deuce suited. Feels like a defender. Ooh, a 3-better.
And Fred actually with a pretty decent heads-up hand in relative hand strength, but it kind of shrinks up once you're faced with a 3-bet by your opponent. But Fred comfortable enough with the post-flop play, willing to take a flop with it. Ace of hearts in hand, I can promise you Fred won't be going anywhere for a bet under 20 million. It is the 12 million chips, and I have to expect that Fred is going to call here. And now,
And Fred
Wheelie.
Yep,
Pop a wheelie.
Card closer. One card closer to the wheel. Ramastrov says, as a new player, this is very interesting to watch. Thank you. That's why we're doing it. Welcome. Oh, Fred Volpe.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
It's just stunning.
Both players missed this flop.
But Volpe, knowing where he is so often, we've certainly seen some aggressive hero calls from Fred, but you know, there is a rhyme to his reason in a lot of these situations. Just happened to be have run into it a couple times. Again, calls. Look at that. Calls again with king high on the flop, on the turn, and river's a king on the river, just to give lose control maybe a little incentive to fire another 20 million. Nope, gives up. And Fred is, what is he, Joe?
Commanding.
He's commanding. He's in a commanding lead. And we may get our winner soon here as the blinds continue to go up. 3 million. Finish him.
That effective stack not looking so hot right now. You're welcome, Royal Straight Quads. Happy to be here. Happy to be of service. Hey, Griffin, do you agree with the play from Fred with the ace-5 3-bet call for the button and then on the flop with queen-jack-X?
I think I have a very hard time feeling comfortable calling 3-bets with ace-5 off. I think because of the dynamic of these two particular players and the way things have been going, I understand why Fred called. And then I expected with the amazing price that Fred was getting in the 48 million chip pot, only a 12 million chip bet. You got the ace of hearts. You know, I agree. Yes, I do agree with the way that Fred played that hand. But it's not a situation that I normally find myself in. I don't think any of you at home should really find themselves calling 3-bets with ace-5 off in general and continuing on queen-jack boards with it at all. It's just very specific to this dynamic and the fact that they are heads up. And these two hands, this could be it, Joe. Surely this has to play as a shove for these 16 big blinds. Lose control with the snap. And here we go.
King eye flop.
Gonna need a 3. Oh.
No 3 on the river. We play on. That's a double up for lose control. Right back in it.
Wow.
King
Right back
Spence
in it,
asks,
indeed. Nearly even.
the dynamic is code for their kind of shit, yeah? No, thank you for your question. And your band.
No, these two players have been playing great. The entire final table, I think, you know, it's getting very, very... That dynamic is creating a lot of interesting situations where they're doing weird things because of what's been established between them. They're put it this way, they're coloring outside of the lines, but if you've been watching the entire final table and most of the entire day, you'll see how quality these players are. Especially, I will say, Fred Volpe.
Fred Volpe, once again, raising the boot toward the neck of loose control. Despite that last double up. Ace-10 for Volpe, ace-4 for loose control, who limps in. Volpe makes it 12 million.
You know,
loose
we have
control.
seen, these limp shoves, and it's happening. Here we go.
Volpe will not be folding.
Nope.
It is a domination situation, looking for a 4. No such luck. Loose control loses the heads-up match. Both played spectacularly. I'd say that we saw a little bit more razzle-dazzle from Fred Volpe and a little bit more card distribution in Fred's favor. Two very deserving candidates to take down this half-price Sunday Million. Fred Volpe, the eventual victor, taking home nearly $72,000. Loose control. We're going to round up for Griffin Benger, $58,000. Griff, both players played pretty well. I don't think we could really identify any mistakes on the part of the runner-up, right? It's just kind of the way it happened. Was up against a tough opponent and was up against tough hands.
Yeah, I think Lose Control would have been a very deserving winner of this event. Played really well over the course of the entire day. Was finding some great spots on the final table to be aggressive with 3-betting. But then in that heads-up match, really showed what they were capable of with those really cool overbets in 3 separate spots against Fred, getting Fred to pay off in certain situations. But at the end of the day, just lost the blinds were getting too big. Can't really fault the limp shove with ace-4. It's a bit aggressive, but the dynamic had gotten really complex at that point, and wanted to protect against those sort of isolation raises when Lose Control limped, and that's just the way it went down.
That's great stuff, Griffin. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks for allowing me to ask you semi-intelligent questions so I can at least nod along and act like I understand what's going on heads up. Guys, we got a lot of poker coming up the next couple of months. I'm going to give you the broad overview really quick, okay? We got Monte Carlo starting at the end of this month, beginning of next month. After that, we have got Barcelona in August. We have got EPT Prague back again in December. And we are back in the Bahamas in early January for PSPC2. So tons of live poker coming up. But before all of that happens, we got a podcast this week, and we've got another Sunday Million 1 week from today. But for now, that's all the time we have got for today's Sunday Million broadcast. For James Hardigan and Griffin Benger, I'm Joe Stapleton. Smell you later.